We're going to do us a little verdict live watch for Depp v. Heard. And in the meantime, we will go over the special verdict form as well as jury instructions. If you guys are media members, then go ahead and log in to your account and pull up the special verdict form, and we will work through all of this together, as well as go over pieces of jury instructions that we need to when we get stuck on something. I've missed you guys. I have definitely missed you guys. We don't have a verdict yet. We're doing verdict watch. And in the meantime, I figured we could go over the special verdict form together, as well as the jury instructions when we need to, when we get caught up. So if you're a media member, go ahead and pull up the special verdict form, and we will all work through it together and just kind of go over it and see what the jury's looking at and maybe what they're thinking about, and, you know. There's definitely no verdict in yet, so I'm sorry if I got your hopes up for that. Okay, do y'all have this pulled up? Y'all ready to go? We're going to be working on these critical thinking skills today. Let me see a show of hands if you're ready. I definitely missed you guys. I had withdrawals as well. But if you're a media member, get the paperwork pulled up, and we will begin playing jury. I know some of y'all probably called into work and said, hey, I got jury duty. AKA, I'm watching the Depp trial. I can't help y'all. Hilarious. Okay. Y'all ready? I don't know that we'll have a verdict today. There's a lot on here. As you guys will see, there's quite a bit on here. But let's go. So this is the special verdict form. Maybe I need to pull it up this way so you guys can see better. Okay. So this is the special verdict form. This is on file. And it says, Mr. Depp's claim against Miss Heard. This special verdict form includes each of the statements on which Johnny C. Depp II bases his claim of defamation against Amber Heard. Answer the questions in accordance with the court's instructions. 1. As to this statement appearing in the online op-ed entitled Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, that has to change in the Washington Post online edition. So this is going to be the statement that we're focusing on right now. I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, that has to change. 1A. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all of the elements of defamation? Answer yes or no. If you answer 1A no, please proceed to question 2. If you answered yes, please answer yes or no to the following questions. Has Mr. Depp proven by a greater weight of the evidence that, and then they list it off. So for 1A, do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all of the elements of defamation? What are we thinking about that? Okay, yes. The statement was made or published by Miss Heard. I think that's going to be a yes, and I'll fill this in for us as we do this. Let's see here. I do have law and crime up in case we get a verdict in. Okay, so we're going to answer yes here. For that specific question, the statement was made or published by Ms. Heard. We are in agreement, okay? So, yes. The statement was about Mr. Depp. Do we agree or disagree that the statement was in fact about Mr. Depp? I would have to say that it's definitely about Mr. Depp. But I'll wait for the group to decide. Make sure we're all on the same page. Okay. We're in agreement with yes. All right. Okay. The statement was false. Now, this is where we're going to have some issues with each other here. The statement was false. Again, she only needs something. Well, let me backtrack because I'm just waking up. I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Is this statement, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, that has to change, is that statement false? We got mixed answers here. I'm telling y'all, this is what the jury's going to have to go through. She spoke up against sexual violence. Okay, I'll give her that. She did do that. And faced our culture's wrath. I'm not so sure that she faced our culture's wrath because she spoke up against sexual violence. Yeah, facing wrath is what gets me. She wrote the article, so I get that she spoke up against sexual violence. But what I'm hung up on is, did she face our culture's wrath? What do we think, shitheads? She's facing the wrath now. But did she face the wrath? And the thing that gets me too, did she speak up about sexual violence prior to the op-ed being published? She was praised then. That's a great point. What else we got? Yeah, I agree that at the time, I don't think that she faced, sorry, I don't think she faced the culture's wrath until recently. So let's take a shithead team vote. Do we think the statement is true or false? And if you are undecided, say undecided. So that way I know where we all stand. We do have an undecided. It is a tricky question. See, that's the issue, because this is what the jury's going to have to work through. She wrote the op-ed, so I would say she is speaking up against sexual violence. Is there proof that she spoke up against sexual violence prior to this article? Because I spoke up, or are you speaking up now? And I agree that I don't think she faced the culture's wrath until later. Because I would like to know, does anyone know if she spoke up about it prior to the op-ed, or was she speaking up about it during the op-ed? I would argue there was no sexual violence as well. It does not say prior. I agree. It says I spoke up against sexual violence, but I'm saying spoke up would, to me, indicates that you had already made a statement and faced the culture's wrath for making that statement. But the first statement I saw, and I did not go back and try to look, was this op-ed. So I guess it would, who did she speak up to originally to face the culture's wrath? Like, somebody Google, did she speak up about it prior to this op-ed? I guess is what I want to know. See, I take it as past tense too. I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. Has she ever spoken out against sexual violence previously? Google shows nothing other than the op-ed. Okay, so let's just make a note here. Is this false? Issues for the shitheads. And if you're a media member, you can pull this up and look at this on your computer as well. So issue for the shitheads. Spoke up would indicate that she had previously spoken out against sexual violence. Also, we don't think she faced our culture's wrath initially. I'll leave it there. But we'll have to revisit this one because we don't know. See, this is House of Drake. That's where I'm at. I spoke up against sexual violence. To me, indicates a previous statement, which I've not seen. So that's an issue for me because spoke up indicates past tense. And I do not think that she faced our culture's wrath because she faced our culture's wrath not as a result of speaking up against sexual violence, but as a result of something else. But we'll come back to that. This statement has defamatory implications about Mr. Depp. The statement has defamatory implications about Mr. Depp. What do we think? I think we're in agreement about that. She's facing the wrath of TikTok. Okay, so we're in agreement about this one. Okay. Yes. Okay. The defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. Now, this one, the defamatory implication, meaning the statement and what's implied by the statement, was designed and intended as such by Ms. Heard. How do we feel about that? It's tricky. It is tricky. And this is why I say deliberations, it can be hard. Hilarious. They are still deliberating, and in the meantime, we're doing verdict watch and going over this form together so we can see how hard it is for a jury. She admitted to writing it. That was never an issue. However, the issue was, and again, we're not talking about the whole case. We're only talking about this one statement right here. So this one statement right here, they say she adapted it through the tweet. So I would say, yes, she made it. Well, she adapted it. They're going to say, yeah, that she did it. But was it designed and intended to be defamatory? Great point. She did say she wrote it to take away his power. She did say that. We got to check our bias with each and every question, y'all. And we can be nitpicky, but the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Miss Heard. See, this is where it gets tricky. But it comes down to the defamatory implication. So if she believed it to be true, it would not be a defamatory implication. Did she perceive it to be true? Thanks, Sam. I agree with this. Yes, no more pirates because of her. We've got a no down here, which means I can't put an answer on here. But see, this is it a defamatory implication if you perceived it to be true? Jury duty is hard. It's very hard because not everyone thinks alike, which is a great thing. But also, you know, there's critical thinking, there's context, all these other things have to be applied. Some people won't do that. And if some of us say yes and one person says no, well, we can't fill this out. We can put a note to come back to it. But that's how a jury is going to work. Okay, last call on this question. If we're undecided, we'll just put undecided and why. We'll do a note like we did issues for shitheads. But let's take a shithead vote right now. Are we saying yes, no, or undecided for the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Miss Heard? We got a bunch of yeses. Yes, I agree, Sierra. I agree. Some people without dark humor might take what he said out of line. Of course, for this one section, it's just I spoke up against sexual violence. So I guess that for this one section, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Bias checked and all. Okay, but here's the issue, guys. This is jury duty. And look, we got an undecided right here. With nothing wrong with that at all. But we're going to have to put undecided. Oop, cancel that. What in the hell? Okay. Shithead issues. What are our issues so I can note it? Our issues are, was the defamatory implication intended? Hey, you can't get mad at somebody for having a different opinion. This is how jury duty works. Okay. Did she believe her statements to be true? So we'll have to come back to that. Again, just this one statement we're talking about. Due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. Due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. This is why wording for jury instructions is very important. The issue is, we really can't rule on this as a group without having met these other pieces. So we got to know here. Obviously, it was other people read it outside of Depp and had opinions about it. So the circumstances surrounding the publication had implications to other people who saw it outside of Mr. Depp, but were they defamatory implications? There you go. The problem is we got the word defamatory here. His family. I agree with this. His kids saw it. Hollywood clearly saw it. I think that where it gets tricky, I absolutely believe the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath," happened with people other than Mr. Depp. Comes back to defamatory implications. I don't think she proved sexual violence. I think she gave a hell of a story about it. And here's the thing. I don't believe that you have to have proof in sexual assault cases because those are some of the hardest cases. I get that. Although the story she told, I personally believe, without a fucking doubt, would require medical attention, which she did not receive. Oh, here's one. There's two ways to look at that question. His family suffered, but no one like Elon suffered from the op-ed. No, yeah. No one outside of Johnny's family suffered. But it's saying, did it convey a defamatory implication to someone other than Mr. Depp? I would say anyone that saw it had an implication from seeing it. Right? And we do agree that it would require medical. Look, all I'm saying is the story she gave about sexual violence was a hell of a story that I think would require medical attention, which she did not seek. If this was a normal sexual assault story, I'd say, of course, evidence is very hard in those types of cases. It's terrible. It's the story she gave, I personally believe, that hurt her, because that story would, without a fucking doubt, require medical assistance. All right, so let's take a ruling on this. How do we feel about this? I would agree that it had implications for other people that read it. But again, it comes down to defamatory. Do we believe it was a defamatory statement intended by her to be defamatory? Like, how can you judge her intent? Because if we pull up jury let me pull it up. Hold on. If I pull up jury instructions and I go down to, and if you're a media member, you have both of these documents for you to view. Let's see here. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, this is on jury instructions, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. In determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrasing, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase in isolation. Now let's talk about actual malice. And this is, again, in the jury instructions. And again, if you're a media member, you can pull this up and read along. Actual malice. Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence that each statement was made or published with knowledge that the statement was false. That's why I keep bringing up, did she perceive it to be true? Knowledge that the statement was false, or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation. That's why I've brought up this entire case. I've brought up, what did she perceive to be true? Well, that's why I've been bringing that up. If the person who made the statement believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to the liability of defamation. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of mind of the person who made the statement. So I ask you again about these two right here. Throwing that shade, Fran. I do not believe we have a verdict. I have the screen up in the bottom of my computer so that I can watch in case something pops up that we need to see. I'm a nervous wreck. We really can't decide on this, can we? The defamatory implication was designed and intended, but I just read for you guys actual malice. I do think that we can all agree that anyone that saw it, it had implications, but were they defamatory implications? Okay, we got undecided and undecided. But all it takes is one. And we got 2 shitheads undecided. So, undecided. Not good for us. We got 3 that were undecided on here. If you answered yes to each subpart of question 1A, answer the following question. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? We can't even answer this because we've got 3 unanswered up here. That's an issue. We can't fully answer this without these 3 resolved. Yeah, it's a good thing there's not that many jurors, but it just takes one. Well, damn it all to hell, we're going to just have to continue on. Unless you want to go back up here and try to rehash out these 3, which is what a jury is going to have to do. Yes, being non-biased is very important. See, this is the statement right here that Jordan just sent in. This is the statement right here that I think is arguable. But it also depends on what context you took it. Is she taking the power away from someone that she thinks abused her, or taking his power away because she wanted to take his power away as Johnny Depp? Well, yes. Okay, hold on. This right here. Yes. So you only need to be considering what was heard and presented in court. You cannot consider anything while answering this outside of what went on in court. We have to stick, if we're doing this legit, we're doing fake jury duty legit, we got to stick to what we heard in court. But she did make the statement about taking his power away. However, I think there's a good argument that, are you taking your abuser's power away if she perceived it to be true, or are you taking Johnny Depp's power away because you're a bitter ex? we'll have to come back, clearly. But I am going to note that. Let's just take a second. Note, on the stand, she did say she did it to take his power away, though, arguably, is that her abuser's power or Johnny Depp's power? Okay. Moving on. As to this statement appearing in the op-ed entitled "A Transformative Movement for Women" in the Washington Post, print edition, and the online op-ed, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change, in the Washington Post online edition. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. So this is the next statement. Key in on 2 years ago, public figure representing domestic abuse, culture's wrath for women. Okay? Y'all ready? We're all on the same page. Y'all know this is the statement we're talking about. Matter of fact, let me just copy, come over here, banners. Let's just put the statement at the bottom in case y'all don't have your media memberships up. Well, now, wait just a minute. Scroll across the bottom, save. Okay, this is the current statement. Is that going across the bottom of the screen? Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all of the elements of defamation? Answer yes or no. If you answer question 2A no, please proceed to question 3. If you answered yes, please answer yes or no to the following questions. Has Mr. Depp proven by a greater weight of the evidence that this statement was made or published by Miss Heard? I think we can all agree that that's going to be a yes, right? We can all agree that she made the statements. Okay. Thank God for that. Okay. The statement was about Mr. Depp. I think we can all agree on that as well. That's not even a bias. I think yes, we can all agree on that. Immediately, yes. All right, okay. So we all think yes. The statement was false. All right. 2 years ago, public figure representing domestic abuse felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. 2 years ago. Let's do a little timeline here. Okay, so it's 2018. That's correct. It was done in 2018. So do we believe that in 2016 she became a public figure representing domestic abuse? That's arguable. That's arguable. Did she become a public figure because of her picture in TMZ? When did the ACLU pick her up? I agree that public figure is a generous term, but it's arguable. I'm just saying. So she was involved with ACLU at the time. When did she become the spokesperson for ACLU? Who's going to Google that? It's a good viewpoint. I would argue that then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. I'm not asking whether or not she was an abuse victim, but rather 2 years ago, was she a public figure for domestic abuse? I'd say that's arguable, big time. That's an issue for me. Right? That's an issue. If she was making statements for ACLU about domestic violence, I mean, also, I guess it depends on what you would define as a public figure, you know? So I'm going to Google this. And did Amber Heard become spokesperson for ACLU? She pledged her donation in 2016. Then in 2018, the ACLU invited Miss Heard to become, this is from ACLU's fucking website. This is from their actual website. In 2016, Miss Heard pledged to donate $3.5 million over 10 years to ACLU. 2 years later, in 2018, the ACLU invited Miss Heard to become an ambassador and to work with us on an op-ed to bring attention to the issue of sexual assault and domestic violence issues. She agreed. I'll just copy and paste this to y'all. So she was not a spokesperson for ACLU until 2018. So let's note that. Come up here. She was not official spokesperson for ACLU until 2018. She announced the pledges in 2016. Miss Heard pledged to donate $3.5 million over 10 years. Does making that pledge qualify you as a public figure for domestic violence? Right, but it doesn't matter about the whether or not it was under false pretenses. It just matters whether or not was she a public figure representing domestic abuse. I would say if you're a spokesperson, that would be a public figure. That's just me. That's just me. I think we got a problem here. There you go. There you go. In 2018, she became the spokesperson. I would say that would make her a public figure representing domestic abuse, as she is the spokesperson for domestic abuse. But she does say, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure. So she's saying in 2016. And she did make the pledge in 2016. She's without a doubt a public figure. I mean, I think we can argue that. We got a problem. We talked about this previously. What they're doing is they're asking Johnny Depp to reimburse them for the cost that it took to supply the paperwork that he wanted for the lawsuit. I don't know how the fuck it could possibly be $85,000 to get the paperwork together, but I digress. We're on jury duty. So, we'll come back to that. Again, I agree. 2018, when she took the public speaking thing, yes, I'm going to have to say, yeah, she was a public figure representing domestic abuse. Absolutely. But this whole 2 years ago is going to get me hung up. 2 years ago, was she a spokesperson for domestic violence? Or public figure, I'm sorry. Became a public figure. Does her being on TMZ cover or TMZ article, does that put her in the public spotlight for domestic abuse? It does. Does it make her a public figure representing domestic abuse? That's generous. However, she did go public with the pledges. This is arguable. I'm sorry. This is arguable for sure. We got an issue. It is because she already had a platform. It comes down to, because she was married to Johnny Depp and famous, do you think we have to give her public figure because she's famous? We can't argue that. But do we think that, I mean, yes, she's a public figure because she's famous. Do you think that she represented domestic abuse in 2016 because she was on the front cover, whatever article for TMZ with a bruise? Would you say that linked her as a public figure that represented domestic abuse because she's a public figure who's claiming to be domestically abused. We got an issue here. Officially, I would say she wasn't officially representing domestic abuse until 2018 when she became the spokesperson for ACLU. But as a public figure in general, and being associated with it, because it doesn't say I became a spokesperson, it says I became a public figure, which she was. I don't know that she was necessarily representing it, but I do think she was tied to domestic abuse because of the things. That's a problem. Yep. Only one person has to go against the group. The whole group has to decide together, but if one person goes against the grain, we got a problem. I agree that I don't think that she was, how do I put this? I don't think that she was officially a spokesperson representing domestic abuse until the ACLU thing. However, she's already a public figure because she's famous and was married to Johnny Depp. And she was linked, associated with domestic abuse. And she was talking about making the statements. I mean, we have to give her public figure. She's famous. We literally have to give her public figure. We have to, because she's famous. I think there is an association with domestic abuse because of the media. I don't think she was an official representative of domestic abuse until 2018. But that's argumentative, and that's a problem. Well, juries have opinions. Clint just side texted me. Hold on. What did he say? That's my point. Yeah, that would be my point. Like, I don't think we can argue the fact that she... Hold on just a minute. Clint's over here side texts me. I need to know his point. Hold on. I do think she was linked to domestic violence. I guess if we're going to be really nitpicky, which y'all know I am, here's my problem. Public figure representing. Doesn't say spokesperson, doesn't say officially, it just says representing. That's pretty general. Oh, okay. So some hot ass tea apparently is that there was an iCloud hack in 2014 and part of her nudes were allegedly part of that hack. So, you know, that's fucking hysterical. I think the problem is that it says representing. That could be just in general or an official or unofficial capacity. Whether or not you think her being a public figure splashed on articles because the TRO is linked to domestic abuse, which I'm going to say it is. Is she representing domestic abuse, or is she linked to domestic abuse? So she's kind of representing. That's hella arguable. She did say in 2016 that she was going to donate the money. And she was on articles alleging domestic abuse. This can go back my side text. I'm sorry, that's fucking hysterical. Okay, so we got a problem. I think the TMZ article in 2016 plus the TRO links her to domestic abuse. We're not even going to argue public figure. She's a public figure. Does linking it directly or indirectly mean she's someone that represents domestic abuse? Now, let's take Chris Brown and Rihanna. She will forever be linked to that incident. She's a public figure. Whether directly or indirectly, I'd say that she represents domestic abuse survivors. We got a fucking problem. It may not directly mean that she represented domestic abuse. I think it indirectly could. I'm not sure this statement is false. This one's very tricky. Again, we're not talking about whether or not it's true or not true. Just for this, as far as is this statement false? 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath. So we're not even to part 2 yet. You know, part 1, 2 years ago, do we think that she was representing domestic abuse? I think you could argue that she's a public figure. We're not even going to argue that. She's a public figure. I don't think she was officially representing domestic abuse. I do think people that are stuck on celebrity gossip probably linked her to that. I don't think she felt the culture's wrath. I'll tell y'all right now. If we're looking at this as a whole, not only does this first part have to be true, but the second part has to be true as well. So even if we can't get past this part, do we believe she felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out? I'm voting a hard fucking no on that. For real. That's my personal opinion. Correct. So whether or not we agree on this, the jury instructions say to look at it as a whole. So whether or not we agree on this, how do we feel about, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out? I'm voting no there because she did it during Me Too and she was backed up. I agree. I do not think that she faced a wrath from her statements. So therefore, we can disagree on part one, but regardless, jury instructions say look at it as a whole. I don't think she faced the wrath. I'm putting yes. Yes. Part one is arguable. However, as a whole, she did not face our culture's wrath until later, and not due to her statements. Okay? We got one. There we go. What? For once, we can all agree on that. Okay. This statement has defamatory implications about Depp. Now, the reason why it has implications to Depp, this is me thinking out loud, is because obviously she's talking about Depp. Although I'm going to throw this the fuck out there. Although whether this would be used, I'm just going to throw this out there. She did hit her ex-partner, which would also link her to domestic abuse, but as the abuser. So it wasn't her first time in public eye being linked to domestic abuse. I'm going to throw that out there. But I will say that I do think here it has defamatory implications about Mr. Depp because due to the 2 years ago timeline and domestic abuse, I'm saying that that's obviously about Mr. Depp. Can we all agree on that? Lindsay and Clint, y'all might as well just get on here and join jury duty with us. I see y'all in the comment section. You might as well just hop on this live. You know what? Hold on. Listen, bitches, I'm sending y'all the link in this group text if you want to join jury duty. I see I've missed a lot of y'all's text messages. I'll have to read the group text later. But if you bitches want to join jury duty, there's the link to join the live. Hilarious. So if Clint and Lindsay want to join jury duty, they've got the link. I think we can all agree it's talking about Mr. Depp. Can we agree with that? Okay, that's one thing we can agree on. Because of the 2 years and the TRO, I'm saying that's about Mr. Depp. We're all good there? Yes, even Amber agrees. Okay. Shithead table talk vote. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Okay. Moving on. The defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. Again, we're going to have the issue of defamatory. Like, hold on, my mic's messing up. Look, our besties, Clint and Lindsay, can get on the comment section, but they don't want to join jury duty. For real, for real. Okay. So where was I before my mic started fucking up on us? I do think they were designed by Miss Heard, obviously. They were designed by her, obviously. There was an implication because she made them. Were the statements defamatory, though? I feel you, Clint. I feel you. It's all based on the statement. That's true. But the reason why we can say that it has implications on Mr. Depp is because she put this 2 years ago time period in. And because she put this 2 years ago time period in, that allows us to know it's about Mr. Depp. And when you consider why she was representing domestic abuse, it wasn't because she hit her girlfriend. It was because 2 years ago she was married to George. So that's obviously about Johnny. Now, do we think that do we think it had defamatory implications and that were designed and intended by Miss Heard? She did. But I guess we could argue again, do we think it's defamatory? I'm saying yeah, because I don't think she faced... Look, fuck the public figure part. I'm caught up on the public figure. Fuck that. I don't think she felt the culture's wrath. We're saying yeah. Okay. Yes, based on culture's wrath part. Due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed... oh, my voice is cracking like a boy going through puberty. It conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. How do we feel about that? It would imply that she became this public figure based on her relationship with Mr. Depp due to the then 2 years ago statement right there. And she faced our culture's wrath due to speaking out against a rich white male. How do we feel about this? Can I break it down? Okay. Do the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, this one statement up here, convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp? Everyone who saw this statement right here thought it was about Mr. Depp due to this 2 years ago time frame she put in. And the fact that she did domestic abuse right here with this time frame links it to Depp. And I think it's false because I felt the full force of our culture's wrath. No, it was Me Too movement. She was welcome with arms wide open. Okay, team vote. Yes or no for this part right here. Let's hear it. Or you can put undecided. But let's see the team votes. Okay. If you answered yes to each subpart of question 2A, answer the following question. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Miss Hurd acted with actual malice? Now, do I need to bring up actual malice again? I think I just might. Hold on. I think I just might. Everyone hang tight. Because y'all need to see the verbiage. If you're a media member, you should pull this up on your computer, just by the way. If you're a media member, you should have these documents pulled up on your computer. Actual malice right here. All right. Right here. Okay. This is actual malice. Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice. That means just because you're a crazy bitch ain't going to cut it, okay? Being a crazy bitch, being pissed off, that's not going to cut it. By clear and convincing evidence. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence that each statement was made or published. 1, with knowledge that the statement was false, or 2, so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth. That is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement believed it was substantially accurate, perceived it to be true, at the time of the publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation. Read it again to yourself, because we're going to refer back to this. Knowledge that the statement was false. This is kind of irrelevant to us because we can argue this all day that we think she's not telling the truth. What matters is this. So recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth. That is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. So, stop screen share. Come back to this. All right. It does not have to be it does not have to be both. Just one or the other. But does not require to be both. This is correct. And this is why throughout the duration of this trial, I've said perceived to be true. Throughout this entire trial, I've said, well, if she perceived it to be true, then that's not a lie. And that's why I brought that up so many times. And remember, we got to do our bias checks here. Of course, this is going to depend on what the jury sees as forms of abuse. I do think she's a little bit on the delusional side of things. I'm not even going to lie to y'all. Well, the question becomes here, is she trying to cover up her actions, or is she trying to defend her actions because she perceives them to be true? I agree with this. But, you know, some people get delusional and make up their own truths. I'm just saying. Yeah, whether or not she perceives it to be true is an issue. We got an issue. Like this fucking mic. Hold on. Jeez. She did take videos, but again, did we actually agree on everything here? We actually agreed on everything for this. Okay, so we do think they were published by her. We do think they're by Mr. Depp. We do think they're false because, not part one, but because of part two and the culture's wrath part, we see that to be false. Although a jury might might think that she's facing the wrath and not associate it with because people think she's lying, but I digress. Basing it off strictly what's in court. The statement had a defamatory implication. We agreed on that. Whether or not we think it was designed to be defamatory is arguable. This is true. So yes, like a narcissist would design their own reality to best fit their narrative, but they did not say she was a narcissist. Oh, well, we got an issue right here. Because if you believe that she perceived it to be true, we got a problem. So again, we got a problem. Got a lot of fucking problems today, huh? We're getting caught up on the same stuff every time. Every single time we get a good little ways, but we got issues every time we get down to there. She doubled down, boys. She went all in. Vegas, baby. All or nothing. She double, tripled down. Bad. All right, let's move right along. As to this statement in the op-ed entitled A Transformative Movement for Women in the Washington Post print edition and the online op-ed, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change in the Washington Post online edition. This is the new statement we will be answering these questions on. Let me copy this and put it down for y'all. Copy, make that the new banner so that y'all know exactly what we're focusing on. Again, if you're a media member, pull this up on your screen. Let's go. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Now, I have a lot of fucking opinions about this particular statement. And if you watched my YouTube videos about Amber Heard's, if you watched my YouTube video about these statements in this trial, then you already know I have very strong opinions about this particular statement. If you've not seen those videos, you're about to find out. Let's do this. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all of the elements of defamation? Answer yes or no. If you answer yes or no, please proceed to 4. The statement was made or published by Ms. Heard. Okay, well, we're not even, I know that's going to be a yes. Okay. The statement was about Mr. Depp, obviously. Okay. This statement was false. Do we think this statement is false? Oh, we have a question for the jury. Hold on. Shit fire.
So I was going to answer to say the title is the statement in question for number 3. Is that seem appropriate to everybody?
Which they phrased as headline as opposed to title, but.
Right, because the headline is the alleged defamatory statement. So I can say the statement is the headline, and not the entire op-ed. You said what you want me to say. All right.
Thank you.
The statement is the headline, not the entire op-ed. All right. I will send that back to them.
And just so we're clear, Your Honor, the wording would be what again?
I can give you the copy of this one. Okay, it says the statement is the headline, not the entire op-ed. Everybody's.
Yeah, just give me a second.
Okay. Well, while we're waiting for that, Mr. Chu, I did get your motion. I'm not ignoring you, but I am kind of ignoring you because the jury has the case now and it's out of my hands. I appreciate your motion, but I'm not going to entertain it at this time, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Just, can I have one moment, Your Honor, just want to.
All right, are we satisfied with that answer? Okay, I will, we'll make copies of this first and then I'll get back to the jury. I'll get back to you, okay? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, all that was is if the jury has any questions, then they will write their questions out and they will send it to the judge to answer the question. So the jury had a question. They sent it to Judge Penny. She read it out loud, and it was whether or not that statement was as a whole or the title. So it was the first statement about I spoke out against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. They wanted to know if that was as a whole or just as a title. They said as a title and sent it back. So back to this. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. How do we feel about this? Ben Chu's motion. Let me look. May not be on file yet. I mean, I see a motion here to strike her counterclaim, but anyways, back to what we were doing. I'll let you know if anything else comes up. So here's my thing. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. If this was a generalized statement, I would say, yeah, we got to see how people got accused of stuff and got away with it. Bill Cosby. Sorry, something stuck in my throat there. Bill Cosby. And a bunch of other ones. Shit, we can talk about football players. We can talk about all kinds of fucking shit for people. We could do this all day. But I think this is a personal statement. I personally have the rare vantage point of seeing, because I made the claim, how in real time, because it's my life, how institutions protect men accused of abuse. So we have someone that takes it as generalized. Could be generalized or it could be a personal statement. Now, the reason why I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. We all see how that played out with a variety of people. If we look at it in its entirety, the context in its entirety, which jury instructions does say to do, it would indicate that she is saying, I had the rare vantage point of seeing because I personally made a claim against someone, and in my life, in my real time, I got to see how institutions protected men accused of abuse. So it could be looked at as a general statement as is, but it does say in jury instructions to look at it as a whole. And if we do that, I would say that she's implying that she had the rare vantage point of seeing it because she made a claim. That's my issue. Sierra, you're ahead of me because I'm about to go the fuck off about this. If y'all saw my video I did on YouTube a couple weeks ago, I went the fuck off on this already, but I'm about to go off on it again. But yes, let's get through the first part. Is this a generalized statement or is this a personal statement? I think if you just saw this, we can say it's general. But if you look at it in the context in which it was said as a whole, I think most people would say that she's saying she had this rare vantage point, a vantage point different from what the rest of the general public can see, because she made a claim in her life, in her real time, to see how they protect men. That's just my opinion. The rare vantage point and as a whole, to me, indicates she's got a rare vantage point because she personally got to witness in her own life how institutions protect men accused of abuse. I mean, I think everybody in the Me Too movement watched how people got held accountable for shit, which is the time frame in which she's talking about in the fucking first place, but I digress. Just the first part, do we think this is a generalized statement or do we think this is a personal statement? If you look at it as a whole with the context. And then we'll get into institutions because I'm about to go the fuck off on that part. I can't believe y'all, like I talked about ACLU wanting $85,000 from Johnny Depp. Like when me and Clint were talking about the stuff, I brought that up. Okay, we got a personal, we got a general. As a whole, personal. For those of you saying general, in the context of the article and the fact that it says I had the rare vantage point, does that not make it seem personal? You know, like everyone saw 9/11 happen on TV. So we all saw 9/11 happen on TV. But only someone would have a rare vantage point of seeing it in real time if they were on the ground in New York when the towers were hit and fell. You see what I'm saying? We all saw 9/11. I mean, everybody 30 plus saw 9/11. But you didn't have a rare vantage point of seeing 9/11 unless you were on the ground in New York. Now, we've all seen how institutions have protected men accused of abuse, but I don't think you had the rare vantage point of that unless you were somebody that made a claim and got to witness firsthand. Because unless you had something to make it a rare vantage point, you would have a general vantage point with the rest of us. And so it just depends on how you take that. Like I could write a paper and say I had the rare vantage point of seeing 9/11 live in action. I did. I watched it hit the tower. I watched it go down in live time, but I watched it on the TV. I did not have a rare vantage point because I watched it on TV with the rest of the country. However, I did live through 9/11, which not everybody can say. This is arguable again. Oh, it's civil court. We're about to get down to the nitty gritty. Oh, Natalie Bishop brings up a good point. That's the problem with this, though. It's all about perception and opinions. There's no hard, there's really no hard evidence because me personally, I can argue both ways on almost anything. They agreed on these fucking questions. They literally agreed on these fucking questions. I'm old enough to remember watching 9/11 hit the towers, and I'll leave it at that. Yeah. They left it weaselly for sure. Okay, let's take a team vote. We're going to take a team vote. You can say undecided, but let's see a show of hands, a team vote. Who says this is looking at it as a whole in context? Do you take this as a personal statement or a generalized statement? Or undecided? You can put arguable and we can keep moving on. But let's see what the votes say. We got a personal. We got personal. Okay. Lots of personal. Are we agreeing on personal? Because, see, I could argue this. Yeah, I had the rare vantage point of living through 9/11 in real time, watching the plane hit the towers and go down in real time and how that affected people's lives. That would be a general statement. But if I said, I had the rare vantage point of being on the ground in New York during 9/11, that's different. So, this is a... It all depends on how you want to look at it. Personal based on the whole statement. Personal under the guise of general. Touche, Carissa. Touche. Okay. So, let's see here. The crew sees this as shitheads primarily see this as a personal, not general statement. Okay, now here's where I'm about to pop the fuck off. How institutions, plural, institutions, this part sends me. How institutions protect men accused of abuse. So let me just go the fuck off real quick. Institutions is plural. I don't know what fucking institutions, plural, she's talking about, because Hollywood sure as fuck didn't protect him. They booted his ass in 48 hours. They did not protect him. And I know she's not talking about the fucking criminal justice system because she didn't even attempt to utilize the criminal justice system because she did not file a report. She did not pursue allegations legally, criminally. So this says institutions, plural, and I don't know what the fuck she's talking about because Hollywood booted him, so she didn't witness that. And she didn't truly try to use or utilize the criminal justice system because she didn't press charges. Also, temporary restraining orders, that's kind of standard with divorces that people get those. So that's not like a super crazy thing that she got with a divorce, with contentious divorces. That's a thing. So, yeah, I don't know what the fuck she means by institutions, plural. So does anybody want to chime in on that? Like, can anyone name an institution that protected Johnny Depp? Asking for real. This is true. So the way that works is if they had any probable cause, reasonable suspicion, anything to make a fucking arrest, they would have done it. And again, you can arrest someone for a crime, but not charge them with a crime. So if they had seen probable cause to make an arrest, they would have done it. But they didn't have probable cause to make an arrest. But she also did not attempt to try to utilize the cops. So again, I ask, like, what the fuck is the institutions? Plural. I think it goes beyond the fact that he wasn't there. They didn't have probable cause because they didn't see injuries or damage or anything like that. So I think it goes beyond just the fact that he wasn't there. Hold on, I gotta hold that thought. You guys debate about institutions, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Just saw this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that very, very much. Huge snaps. Yes. Thank you. Someone mentioned civil rule of procedures for the requirements. I don't know what we're talking about because I was covering something local. But as far as the jury instructions go, you have to, or the verdict form goes, you have to stick to the jury instructions and to evidence admitted during trial, and nothing more, nothing less. So do we think this statement is false based on the fact that she says institutions, plural? What do y'all think? This is big facts. So we think it's false because here's my thing. Regardless of whether or not we think this was a personal or general statement, if we think it's personal, I don't think she witnessed institutions protect men, and by men, Johnny. Like, this is, again, someone said this, a personal statement under the guise of being a general statement. I agree with that. I don't think for a second that she witnessed institutions protect Johnny, like, at all. So depending on how you view this statement, again, if you view it as a general statement, then we've all witnessed institutions do that. But if you view it as a personal statement, then I don't think she witnessed institutions protect. So that's going to be the issue about whether or not you see it as general or personal. I do not think he was protected. I don't. But it will depend on if you think it was a personal or general statement. So we'll just say, if you think personal, false. If you think general, true. That's what's going to come down to. This statement has defamatory implications about Mr. Depp. This is going to be arguable as well. Thank you, Chrissy. Thank you, thank you. And I miss the fuck out of you guys, for sure. My days are quiet without y'all. I mean, they're not quiet, but they're not a fun loud. I'll put it that way. You guys are a fun loud. So, how do we... I don't know what the motion was yet. I looked. Yes, the jury instruction was about whether or not that statement was taken as the whole or the title. I've commented in here what it was, but... Does it have defamatory implications about Mr. Depp if this is a general statement? See, we can't even get down to the individual parts because we can't decide whether or not we think that's general or personal. And whether you find this general or personal determines how you answer the rest of these statements. So we got an issue there. And also, do you find it defamatory in general? because if you're a rich white guy, you get away with it. I don't necessarily think that's defamatory. But if this is a personal statement, I'd say it is, because what institutions, that's fuck. I want to know what institutions, because I'd be pissed. I'd be like, how'd you see me protect an abuser? Name an instance. It's arguable. So once again, we're not going to have an answer, you know. All of these, whether or not they have defamatory implications, all comes down to if you believe she said it generally or personally. So we'll have to move on. Complete answers 4 through 5 only if you answered yes to all of the questions 1, 2, or 3. As against Amber Heard, state the amount of compensatory damages, if any, you believe Johnny C. Depp has proven by a greater weight of the evidence that he is entitled to recover. We, the jury, award compensatory damages in the amount of blah, 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 blah. As against Amber Heard, state the amount of punitive damages, if any, to which you find Depp is entitled to recover. We, the jury, award punitive damages in the amount of blah, blah, blah. So then this is her claims against Depp. So we're switching gears. Everyone says 7 million alpacas. All the statements are very subjective, and that's the thing. This is going to be very subjective, and you're going to have people that they're going to be back there for a while. I mean, okay, let's go for Miss Heard's counterclaim, shall we? Bias check, everyone. This special verdict form includes each of the statements on which Amber Heard bases her claim of defamation against Johnny Depp. Answer the questions in accordance with the court's instructions. As to this statement appearing in the April 8th, 2020 online edition of the Daily Mail, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Okay, so this is a fucking Waldman statement, but fine. Okay. Copy this. Change this banner. Okay. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Yes or no? Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the statements. That's going to be a yes for me. And I'm saying that because as an attorney, he does speak for his client. Waldman is his attorney, therefore he is speaking for his client. So I'm going to have to say, yes, he's obviously acting as agent. That me personally. As an attorney, you speak for your client. That's why it's important to pick good counsel. He made the statements before being fired, so I agree with this. This is setting a precedent. But let me say this. He was his attorney and he was speaking on behalf of his client. It does set a precedent that an attorney can be sued for defending their client, which is their entitled fucking job. So no, I don't agree with the precedent that this is going to set by allowing, like, here's the deal. This is a fucking defamation lawsuit, so no fucking shit. He is implying without a doubt I think we are walking on eggshells here, because attorneys need to be able to defend their clients publicly and not have to worry about getting sued for defending their clients publicly. But again, the mere fact that it is a defamation lawsuit tells you that their argument is she made false statements. That is a fucking defamation case. So on the grounds that it's a defamation case, based on the statements that she made, they're claiming she lied about the statements. So him saying they used fake sexual assault allegations, no shit, the entire case is saying that she lied about those allegations. So I think it's kind of fucked up that you can get sued for defending your client by saying the statements were false. It's a fucking defamation case. No shit, they're saying the statements are false. That's insane. I mean, I do agree that he is acting as an agent for him, but I think the fact that, I mean, this is fucking insane. By the way, violence hoax is in the legal filings. That's literally in the legal filings. So we're going to get fucked up about something that's filed on the docket. So yeah, I have an issue with this. I do agree that he is acting as an agent for Mr. Depp. Do I agree that we should allow someone to be sued for defamation over their attorney defending them? No, that's fucking bullshit. Especially when obviously he's saying she fucking lied. It's a defamation case. That's true, but your attorney does speak on, an attorney speaks on behalf of the client. So that's a thing. When an attorney responds to an email from another attorney on behalf of their client, they're speaking for the client. So yes, I don't think this is setting a good precedent. And again, of course he's going to say that it's a fake sexual assault allegation because it's a defamation case. They're saying what she said was fake. So no shit, he's going to call her a liar and say those are fake claims. That's the entire fucking case. So I don't even see the issue with that. And then he said hoax in the docket, in the legal filing. So he is quoting his own fucking legal filing, or his team's legal filing. So I have an issue that this can be a defamation case, yes. But when it says Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published this statement, that's a yes for me. The mere fact that he was Johnny Depp's attorney, that meets that element for me. I 100% agree. This isn't defamatory. Like, honestly, this is not defamatory in the least. Again, it's a defamation case. They're obviously fucking saying she's fucking lying. That's the whole point of a defamation case. So no shit, he's going to tell the public she's lying about sexual assault claims. Duh. We're suing her for defamation. Duh. And the hoax thing again, I mean, it's crazy. That the fact that this went through is ridiculous. Don't like the precedent, but irrelevant to that, Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published these statements. I find that to be true. What do y'all think? But here's the thing. Regardless of how you feel about the statement is irrelevant. Did Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, aka his attorney, make or publish these statements? The answer is yes. Okay, we can all agree on that. Regardless of how you feel about the statement, like obviously he made it an obvious. Yes, he is his attorney, or what? Yes, he was his attorney. The statement was about Miss Heard. Her name's in there, so that's a yes. I'm not even gonna ask y'all that. Oh, no shit. Yes. Her name is clearly in the fucking statement. The statement was seen by someone other than Miss Heard. That's going to be a yes, too. Obviously. The statement was false. I don't think the statement's false. Matter of fact, I don't even think that you should be considering whether or not it's true or false. You should be considering he literally can't say anything other than what is he has to stick to the narrative his client is suing over. So he literally is bound to the narrative of their case. He literally can't fucking say anything other than what's in the case. And the whole case is that she fucking lied about the sexual violence and that it was he can't say anything other than that because he's representing Mr. Depp. So the fact that this is bullshit. I mean, this is fucking crazy. And you know what? Fuck that. Was the statement false? He perceived it to be true because he's defending his client. That's his fucking job. So how do we feel about that? I'm voting he perceived it to be true and he has to defend his client. And that's the entire fucking defamation case. This shit's insane to me. He can't say anything else. That's what blows my mind. He could say no comment, but as far as he has to stick to the narrative that because it's a defamation case, which obviously states that what you said was a lie, that they believe that your statements were a fucking lie. This is it. Yep, he put it in a legal filing. Like I said, hoax is in their actual fucking complaint. Yeah, there's no malice there. He's representing his client. This is bullshit. Fucking ridiculous. No. As his attorney in a death case, he has to stick with the narrative which defends his client, therefore cannot say anything otherwise. Also, hoax is literally fucking quoted in the complaint for the suit. He would, as a result, perceive these statements as true, noting that the entire basis of a defamation case is that these statements are lies. This shit fucking sucks me. Next. Okay. So again, no. I'm not even asking the group. No, she didn't prove it. Okay, moving right along. Yeah, can you imagine if he said anything other than that? He can't. He has to defend his client. Like, that's insanity. Should he have said all that? That's neither here nor there. Whether or not he should have said it or should not have said it is irrelevant. But I digress. Moving on. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. Again, that's in the legal filing. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouse, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second 911 call. Well, he could have been a little less fucking detailed on that shit. Do himself a fucking favor. That's neither here nor there. So, oh shit, all the positive vibes. The statements are in the legal filing about it being a hoax. It literally says in there, I read that on a YouTube video, that he called it a hoax, which was substantiated by security and what they perceived to be true. Yeah, it's their job to defend their client. That's why I'm like, damn, people give them such a hard time. Like, it is their... Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published these statements. That's non-negotiable. Doesn't say made them for Depp. Doesn't say Depp told him to make them. Was he an agent? Yes. The statement was about Ms. Heard. No shit. The statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. Okay, duh. The statement was false. Now, here's where he fucked himself over. He got a little too detailed here. So let's hash this out. Yeah, he gave too many fucking details. Let's hash this out. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. It's in the legal filings. He's defending his client. I don't even fucking care about that. Like, no shit. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, which is their argument in the fucking claim. So again, don't care. But the first attempt didn't do the trick. That's true. The officers came to the penthouse. True. Thoroughly searched and interviewed. True. And left after seeing no damage to the face or property. True, true, true. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up. That is speculative. Got their story straight. Speculative. Under the direction of a lawyer and publicist. Now, she admits that she called them. But that doesn't mean that they told her to do this. On the contrary, they argue that they told her not to tell cops, allegedly. And then placed a second 911 call. We know the calls were what, like 10 minutes apart or something like that. So here's our issue. I don't care about this hoax part that's in the legal filing. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, legal filing. They call it a hoax, so all that's in there. I don't care about that. The first attempt didn't do the trick, and if by trick he means get him arrested, that's true. They came to the penthouse, true. They searched it, true. Interviewed, true. Saw nothing, left, true, true, true. What gets him is so Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed the second 911. That's where he said too much. Now, it is a part of the argument, clearly implied, that they did the damage themselves. They've clearly implied that they did the damage. It's part of their case in chief, is that they think she caused the damage. Okay, so got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist. She admits she called the lawyer and publicist. They say that's not what happened. He speculates that is what happened. It's part of their argument. And then there was a second 911 call placed. But was that call placed because they had already done this damage to set him up, or was the call placed because they had been calling all their friends talking shit and somebody else called? Now let's discuss this. What's an issue for y'all out of this statement? That is speculative. Now, it is part of, they did argue in court about when she called and who she called who. Like, they asked her, did you place a call to whomever? And she admitted she called the publicist, who then got her in contact with the lawyer, who then she called 911. So that got brought up during court. Even on the body cam footage with the second cops, you don't see anything. Like, is this statement false? Again, he's defending his client, and I think he perceived that to be true, which is why he said it. Notice they just said, is this what the statement was false? Like, was there malice intent here? Blah, blah. No, was the statement false? I mean, that could go 6 ways to Sunday. There's not footage of both cop visits, but there's footage of cops from both visits with their notes talking about how they didn't see anything. Now, whether or not you believed the wine was spilled and the things were trashed by Amber, based on the photos that you saw in court and the testimony you heard, that's going to be up to a juror. Whether or not you believe the lawyer and publicist phone call will depend on whether or not you believed Amber Heard when she referenced this, or if you believe the narrative that Team Depp's spinning. That's going to be all opinionated. There's footage in the elevator. No, I think it's like you're not asking your client, like, did you do it? That way it's not lying when you say your client's innocent. I mean, that's what we're looking at here. Like, oh, you said your client's innocent, so you fucking lied. No, like they stick to their defense, or they stick to their case in chief, their story, whatever they've got, they stick to that. That's not a lie. They don't ask all the questions so that all they know is their case. So this is so fucking stupid, but regardless. Is this statement false? That's what we're working on. You got to decide if you think this statement is true or false. Shithead vote. Is this statement true or false? Who do you believe as far as the other ones go? If you're undecided, you can vote undecided. Yeah, the question was about whether or not that statement was... No, that's just the original question about whether or not that statement was as the title or part of the whole thing. Okay. I mean, let's use the evidence here. Clear and convincing evidence. More likely than not. Actual malice, hard no. Hard no. Hard no, representing his client. There's no malice there. Come on. Moving right along. We have reached the beginning of the end of Miss Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. What a fucking stupid... What? I digress. Doesn't matter. Okay. Statement in question. While acting. Yes. Clearly her name's in the title, so I'm answering this for us. Yes, it was seen by someone other than Miss Heard. Was the statement false? Again, we have reached the beginning of the end of Miss Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny. Again, I say he's defending his client. Do we find this statement to be true or false? I will say this motherfucker is false because there is no end in sight of this fuckery. I know that's not what we're talking about, but I'd say there ain't no motherfucking end in sight. They'll be lucky if they don't end up on Dateline after this. Okay. We're voting true. Shitheads say true. But again, let me edit this. Note that hoax is part of Depp's okay. But we can all agree there's no malice. And then, of course, this comes down to the money. So that's the entire form. I like Jerry Springer. That's the entire form. Now, where we have issues, if we come back to this first statement, I spoke up against sexual violence and face our culture's wrath. That has to change. We had issues with spoke up. Would that indicate that she had previously spoken out against sexual violence? So we had an issue with that. We also had an issue with face our culture's wrath. That's true, he did. So, having gone through all of this, you can see how opinionated it is. Like, it's incredibly opinionated. We're pro-Depp, and yet we've got opinions on these statements and how to rule on these statements. So that should be a good indication of what we're dealing with. Now, I will say this, and I've said this before, but I'll say it again. If Johnny Depp can't win this case, then they don't even need to allow public figures to sue public figures for defamation. Like, they shouldn't allow public figures to sue for defamation, period, if Johnny Depp can't win this case. Because you're not going to get a case with much more shit than this. So if he can't win this case, then we might as well not allow for public figures to bring fucking defamation cases. The jury had a question a while ago, so unless there's some new one and I've got the TV on and don't see anything, then that question happened a while ago. You can find that one of these statements is defamatory and one of them is not, or one is and the other two aren't. Yeah, you can rule in different ways. That's why each one has its own thing on it. But just think, this is what the jury took back there. There's definitely going to be people that have issues with spoke up. Is that indicative of having previously done it? What wrath did you face? Now, you faced it because you made those statements and society perceived them to be false as fuck, and you ended up in court looking fake as fuck, and that is why you faced a wrath. That's for sure. Do I think she faced a wrath as a result of making those statements? No, I think she faced a wrath as a result of making those statements because those statements were made falsely. There's another element there. Motion for Chu. I only see one motion on here that was from the 24th. And it's not from Chu, so I guess it's not filed yet. But the motion's going to be irrelevant. It's probably just something that he had to do as an attorney. he had to make the motion. He probably already knew nothing was going to be done about it, but just had to make it as a legal check mark. So I wouldn't be too caught up on that. So what else do we have issues with? Defamatory implication. Yeah, that's going to be a huge ass issue. 2 years. Clearly, there's lots of issues. That's the problem. Yeah, I mean, I've kind of said from the beginning that and trying to stretch. I think he did it for the I was getting off to go take a drink of my Dr. Pepper, but yeah, I think he did it for the court of public opinion, and it would be more accurate, more believable, have more weight, more validity to do it in a courtroom than in some magazine or on some talk show. I don't ever think it was about the money for Johnny Depp, ever. But no, I did not expect him to win this. I sure as shit don't expect her to win the counterclaim. As far as I'm concerned, there is no fucking counterclaim. My personal opinion. As far as I'm concerned, personally, there is no fucking counterclaim because it's so ridiculous. This is me for sure. We do all think the wrath is from her lying and not from her speaking out, especially during Me Too. It's a ride or die movement. She did not get backlash for that. She got backlash because people later found out she was a lying sack of shit, allegedly, supposedly. I don't know shit about fuck. You know. Yep, you can add in legal fees. Well, this is a dumbass rule. It's a dumbass rule. I wondered because I would have waited until the results of this to file counter. But if that's all you have for counter, that's fucking stupid to even do the counter. Why even counter when those are the only statements you have? That's crazy. Crazy. Pitiful. But what isn't about this case, you know? Depends. I mean, they can award whatever they want to, and it'll just depend. It'll just depend. Poopgate. Whole thing's crazy. Also, yeah, she kept saying stuff like, "Ooh, girl, yes." Yep. Now, I talked about this. I believe on the video with me and Clint, but I guess nobody was paying attention. In this case, the ACLU filed that they want to be reimbursed by Johnny Depp for the cost it took them to obtain the paperwork that he was requesting from them. How the literal fuck it totaled to $85,000 to obtain papers is no. That math ain't mathin'. Why the fuck would it cost $85,000 to get that? Like, call up your accountant. Can we have this? Pull up the old. I don't know why that would cost $85,000 fucking dollars. I would want to see an accounting. Oh my god, that's hilarious. That's real MVP shit right there, Aaron, for sure. Yep, they paid over $40,000 for the third-party guide to make sure that no intrusive information was taken off of her phone or tablet or computer or whatever. Johnny Depp did pay $40-something thousand to that third party. So you got allegedly $85,000 it took to get the paperwork for ACLU, plus the $40-something thousand that he spent on the third party so that getting the pictures they wanted wouldn't be too intrusive. I mean, yeah, it's one or the other or neither. I mean, you can say they both made statements that were bad, but they both also did yada, yada, yada. You're just kind of canceling each other out. My brain, it's like a Monday for me. I'm on the struggle bus. Also, I don't know if I told y'all, but while I was at Duggar sentencing, someone fucking hit my car and drove off. Took the paint down all the way to the metal. So a bitch is fucking tired. I got a Duggar hangover. On the real. Yep, not to mention, it's very expensive to do this kind of stuff. It is. I know the guy that wrote this article from the Daily Mail. And I highly respect his work. Please do keep us posted on that. At least you're having an interesting day. And the shithead crew can hang out and keep you entertained while you wait. They just had a question about the title. It's irrelevant. They said it was as a title, not as the whole thing. So wouldn't be too worried about that. Well, damn, yeah. Because I tell you right now, I'm not going to pay to have 3 different parts of my car painted because some jackass hit me in the parking lot. By the way, I'm parked between the courthouse and the police department. Took the paint down to the metal and drove off. Fuck that noise. I hope they always get wet sleeves when they wash their hands. I hope they get erectile dysfunction. I hope they never get comfortable in bed anymore. And I hope they sit by a crying baby on a plane. Like, I'm pissed. I'm petty pissed. Y'all don't want to see a bitch petty pissed. But I am. Do y'all feel some type of way after seeing the special verdict form? Because clearly now you know that there's a lot more going on here. It's hard to go through those questions on all these forms and expect everyone to get the same answer, you know? Yep, hope their pillow's always warm. I hope they clog the toilet at a public place or when they're staying at a friend's house. I hope their coffee's always fucking decaf on accident. I can be a petty bitch. Yep, I hope they... I love the petty responses, yes. Shit pissed me off. Ugh. So this is the 38 pages of jury instructions. This is basically you determine the credibility of a witness based on how you think they appeared and spoke. Here's my thing. As I've said from the beginning, I did not expect him to win just because these types of cases are fucking impossible. Proving malice in the defamation case of the public figure. Defamation in general, hard. Having the additional element of malice intent because they're public figures, harder. But like I said, if Johnny Depp can't win this case, then they might as well not even let public figures sue for defamation. I mean, dead ass. Verdict not to be based on sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. We already went through these statements. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that Miss Heard made or published the following statement: Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And the statement was about Mr. Depp, and this statement is false, and this statement has defamatory implications about Mr. Depp, and the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Miss Heard, and due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence that Miss Heard made the statement with actual malice, if Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of these 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Miss Heard with respect to the above statement. So they have to have all of these, like I said when we were going over them, which is hard because once you get down to these bottom parts, that's arguable for most people. Yeah, they did. So then they go over these finding instructions again, but if we've already objection compound. Hilarious. We went through all the finding instructions basically when we did jury instruction. The definition of clear and convincing evidence. When a party has the burden of proving an issue by clear and convincing evidence, he or she must produce evidence that creates in your minds, yeah, that says that, Jesus, in your minds a firm belief or conviction that he or she has proved the issue. Firm belief or conviction. You know, everything's up for debate around here. Defamation by implication. If you don't know what that is, basically, it's implied that that article is about Johnny Depp, even though she didn't name Johnny Depp. It's implied it's about him. That's defamation by implication. Consideration of the publication as a whole. We already talked about that. We already read actual malice several times. Actual malice is not ill-willed hatred or bias. I told y'all, just because she's a mean bitch is not malice. The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meaning of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another. See, when they read this on Friday, I think it was, I was like, oh, fuck. When they defined actual malice, I was like, shit fire. Because I told y'all throughout this trial that just being a mean, hateful bitch is not malice. But they made sure that they knew it. And Amber Heard's team here had it put in there. And when they read this, I was like, fuck. Because again, actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another. Like, basically, it has to be, I know that if I say this statement, it's going to ruin his career. So I'm going to make this statement with the intent of ruining his career because I want to ruin his career and I know the statement will do it. But just being a hateful, petty bitch, bitter ex, crazy, that's not actual malice. And I forgot that they specified it until just now. But I remember when they did specify it in court, I was like, fuck, that's not good. Because I've been trying to tell y'all just being a crazy bitch ain't going to cut it. But well, here, let me explain it better. Just because you are prejudiced against someone, now that doesn't mean that you are knowingly prejudiced or biased, just that you may have a prejudice. Hostility, just because you don't like someone, or hatred or contempt. Just because you have those feelings towards someone doesn't mean that the statement itself meets the element of malice. You have to say, I know this statement will cause this problem, and I'm going to say it to cause this problem. Like, the reason you made the statement was to cause the problem. This is why I don't like civil stuff, because everything's fucking opinions. Republication, we already know. Had she just retweeted the tweet, that would not have constituted republication. But she retweeted the tweet with new text at the top. Republication. Definition of agent and principal. Yes, if you're an attorney, you're an agent. I'm going to give them that. Because that's fucking true. Express and implied authority. Well, we already know that. Burden of proof and agency. No burden to prove truth of statements. So truth is an absolute defense. You don't have to prove your shit is true. But let's be real. You do have to prove your shit is true. I mean, no. You do not have to prove your shit is true. And in the court of law, the burden of proof is on who brought the case. So they have to prove that the statements were false. Truth is an absolute defense. You didn't say it, not your problem. They need to prove that it wasn't true. However, it does help if you know. You must remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth, but by doing so, they did not assume the burden of convincing you of the truth in the statement. The burden remains on each party to prove the statement he or she complaints are false. So like I said, truth is an absolute defense. You do not have to prove that you're telling the truth. Although, you know, the burden is on whoever brought the case, whether that be the plaintiff or the prosecution, to prove their case. The defendant doesn't have to prove shit. However, if they should choose to do that, great. But they're not required to do that. Does that make sense? Like, would help if you did. But that's not your job, because truth is an absolute defense. You're saying you've done nothing wrong. So you need to prove why the fuck you brought me here and are claiming that I did something wrong. The burden's on you to prove why you brought your case. And she's not going to get charged with perjury, y'all. She's not going to get charged with perjury. It is about the intent. I think, yeah, Sierra said that. It's about the intent. Doesn't matter if you're a petty bitch, you hate him, you hate rich white men, whatever it might be. You have to know the statements are false. You have to know those false statements are going to hurt somebody. And you have to know that you made them for the sole purpose of hurting that person. Like, there's got to be that intent through and through. Listen, let me tell you something right now. There's not going to be a perjury charge. There's rarely ever perjury charge. Like, rarely ever perjury charges. Let me explain this. Let me explain this once and one time only. And by once, I mean I've already explained it 9 million times, so we're going to do it again. Every single attorney that does cross-examination, the entire purpose of that cross-examination is to show bias, discredit the witness, get the witness confused so that they stumble on their story, and then it makes it seem like they've changed their story and got stuff wrong. That's the entire purpose of cross-examination. So I think a lot of y'all are confused about perjury and discrediting. When you get on cross and you make someone change their story, you catch them in a discrepancy, you get them confused to where it sounds like they're lying, you make them change their story, whatever. That is discrediting a witness. That is not perjury. Also, if you perceive something to be true, that's not perjury either. Perjury is very rare. Yeah, perjury is a criminal charge. You're not going to fuck with this shit. No. Perjury is like the state of Virginia is charging her with perjury as violating her oath. But the thing is, a lot of y'all are just really, really confused about the difference between discrediting a witness and perjury. And there is a very, like, every single cross-examination is to make someone look like they're lying or look like they have a bias or make them slip up where it looks like they're lying or point something out that wasn't mentioned that makes it look like they were lying. The entire purpose of cross-examination is to discredit that witness. And there is a difference between being discredited and perjury. Does that make sense? I think if people people understand that cross-examination is about discrediting someone, then that would help people understand why perjury is not really an option. Because every single time there's a cross, that's what they want. A slip up in the story. Catching something that's slightly different. Making you look confused. Making it look like you lied. Making it look like you left something out. Making it look like you got a bias. Like, that is the entire purpose of cross. And they want you to slip up and discredit yourself. But there is a very, very, very large difference between discrediting yourself and perjury. Like, with perjury, there's 4 elements of perjury. So you've got element 1, which is that the declarant tool, so the witness took an oath, which you do before you take the witness box. So the witness that took the oath to testify truthfully, which you have to take the oath to get on the box. So we know that that's check, check, check. We got that. That they willfully made a false statement contrary to that oath. Willfully made a false statement. They chose to tell a false statement. Not they accidentally gave a false statement. They accidentally gave a half-truth. They went up there, made an oath, and then intentionally, willfully gave a false statement. And then the next element is that the witness believed the statement to be untrue. So not only did I tell you a statement that wasn't true, I had to willingly tell it as a lie, knowing it was a lie. And then the 4th element is that it was a statement related to a material fact of the case. So, I mean, and like a material fact in the case is going to be like important information related directly to the conflict at hand. So related directly to elements of here in defamation. So if it was not related directly to elements of the defamation case, then it's not related to a material fact, which again, the 4th element of perjury is that the statement related to a material fact. And a material fact in this case would be, what's the conflict at hand? The false statements. So that's why I say there's this really big misconception about perjury. You know, like when you're asked about a factual detail that applies to this case, if what you said were to be changed, would the outcome of the case be different? So it's not enough that you just fucking lied. It's not enough that you just lied. Did you lie about something that if you had said something different would result in a different outcome to the case? That is one of the elements. The 4th element to perjury is that it has to be towards a material fact. You have to tell a false statement about a material fact in the case. To be a material fact, it has to be something that the answer would directly change the outcome. Now, I know what y'all are going to say in the comment section. She's not being abused. She's not abused, blah, 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 blah. But that's not perjury. The jury had one question. All I'm going to say about perjury is that they're not doing perjury charges, period, at all the end. For this case, under no circumstances are they going to put perjury charges down. Big no. Not happening. I mean, how are you going to charge her for so for example, how are you going to charge her for perjury for the photos if proven to be edited? You can't prove that they were edited. You can only prove they were corrupted because the EXIF data on the photos was corrupted. Therefore, you cannot verify the EXIF data beyond a reasonable doubt or beyond clear and convincing evidence that they were corrupted because they were edited. You see what I'm saying? Like there's no way perjury charges are coming. Sure, we'll give it a 1% chance. Look, I'm not even gonna give it a 1%. I'll give you a 0.001% chance of perjury. It's not happening. I mean, I want y'all to use some common sense here. Why do you think Waldman filed perjury on her? I want you to use critical thinking skills here. Don't be basic and comment because he thinks she committed perjury. What's another reason, and I'm not saying he did this, but critical thinking, what's another reason he would have filed perjury? Critically think here and don't take anything at face value, y'all. Nothing. Court mind games is a great example of one reason somebody would file that. Let me just give y'all an example that doesn't have shit to do with fuck, but let me just give y'all an example. Bonus points to whoever knows what case this example is from, okay? Bonus points to whoever knows what case this example is from. If you are a therapist or psychologist, you are bound to your client. You cannot tell anything that your client tells you. You're their medical doctor, and you are bound to secrecy. An exception to that bounded secrecy is if you believe that your client is a threat to someone else. You can say, my client's going to hurt this person, so I'm going to void my patient doctor confidentiality because there's a loophole that I can void that if I think someone's a threat. So there was a case, and bonus points if you know who this is. There was a case where a doctor violated that confidentiality, and that doctor stated that the reason why records were released was because the client was threatening to hurt them, as in the doctor and the assistant or whatever. I'm paraphrasing, but if you know, you know. So the doctor handed the records over and spoke about his clients and what the client said using the loophole that if your client is threatening to hurt someone, you can say what they said. What you don't know in court, what they missed in court. So yeah, if you hear this doctor get up there and say, listen, I'm telling you what happened. I'm telling you this is what they told me, and I'm allowed to tell you this is what they told me because they threatened me, and so I have the right to void confidentiality. You might take that at face value. However, come to find out, these particular people confessed to their therapist that they had committed this crime, or one of them did. The therapist was cheating on his wife with his secretary. They broke up. The secretary got mad, took the confession that was recorded, which, by the way, what the fuck was he recording the sessions for? Took the tape that was recorded, gave it over. So now the doctor's license is on the fucking line. So he's claiming that they threatened him to avoid the fact that his fucking license is on the line. For one, he's married, he's sleeping with the secretary. That doesn't look good. Two, secretary knew they had confessed on a tape, which she shouldn't fucking know, but she did. Three, had access to those files and got them and gave them over to police as a fuck you because you broke up with me. And his excuse, because I don't think legally that admission should have been used in court because it was illegally obtained. But the loophole to save his ass is that, well, they threatened me. Do you know what case that's from? Anybody? No? Well, my point in telling you that is things can look a lot of ways, but they can also not mean anything. So just keep in mind that just because somebody filed perjury charges, that doesn't necessarily mean that they did that with the intent of trying to get perjury charges. It could have been to have it on the record, public perception, save an ass, whatever. There's always the possibility of more than one rationale for why something was done. But you got to be willing to look beyond, like, oh, he filed perjury. He obviously thought she fucking perjured herself and he's trying to get fucking charges. Yeah. But there could be more to it. You just don't know, and you got to be willing to look. It was the brothers. If you know which brothers it is, you'll be the only ones. It's the Menendez brothers. Since none of y'all got it, it was the Menendez brothers. Yep. The Menendez brothers. But I say that to just make y'all critically think. I don't know why the fuck he filed perjury because he really thought she perjured herself. I'm sure that's it. But I'm also saying you should always think about other options for why somebody would do something. Just so that you can dot all your I's and cross all your T's. You should always be thinking about all the possibilities. And then you just X off what doesn't work to make, even if there's one that you know is right, like even if you know something's right, you should still look at all the other options and mark them off to make sure that you've got the best option. Everyone's mad now that they forgot Menendez brothers. I'm kind of sad that nobody got it and I had to give y'all the answer. So I'm big on the Menendez brothers case. But anywho, that's really all I have for y'all today because I don't anticipate that we will be getting a verdict today. I don't know about that. I mean, y'all know we just went through this together and y'all see how many points that we could argue. There's a lot. It's very subjective. So I don't think we will be getting a verdict today. It's 3:00. No, we're not getting a verdict today. It's 3:11 there? No way. I'm mad at myself. I would love to tear up the Menendez brothers case with y'all. I'm big on the Menendez brothers case. Yeah, there's not going to be a verdict today. So here's the thing. It's not going to come back today. I'll tell you why. Because it's 3:11. So if they came back right now and said they had a verdict, they would read it right at 5. So I'm voting no. I mean, they could stay late, but Penny said she didn't supply dinner. I ain't going to stay nowhere without dinner. Hell no. I'm hungry as it is because I got on here at lunchtime and now a bitch is hangry. So, no, I don't think we're going to get one today. And, I mean, think about it. You read those questions, and if you want to go over them again, if you're a media member, get online, print off, or pull up the verdict form and go through each piece again and ask yourself all the different options. I think there's some arguable points there. Yeah, I don't think AH claims are. Yeah, I don't think Heard claims are going to take very long because I think that's ridiculous. Please God, let someone have an attorney in their family on the jury. That's like, this is bullshit. I will say this, if Johnny Depp is not back for the verdict, I'm going to be very disappointed. That irks the fuck out of me that they're even allowed to do that, because you've got a jury that did not ask to have anything to fucking do with your business and your bullshit. And they had to sit for 6 weeks plus the 10-day vacation. So 7 weeks. We're now on week 8, dealing with your personal bullshit that they don't have anything to do with and didn't want anything to do with. And they're missing out on their lives for your case, which as an American citizen, it is your job to do jury duty. Don't misunderstand me. But out of respect for the process and the jury members, you should fucking be there for the verdict. I said what I motherfucking said. I don't care what anybody else thinks about that. That's bullshit. You should be there to show respect to the jurors who just spent 8 weeks of their fucking life on your bullshit. You should absolutely be there for the verdict. Yeah, I just think that's bullshit. If I'm on a jury for that fucking long on some petty fucking bullshit, and then you don't show up, you know what that looks like? That looks like I owed you jury duty as an American citizen, which I do, but chill the fuck out on that. Like, I owed you my time out of my personal life, fucking 8 weeks of it, for your petty bullshit. This isn't even a murder trial. This is literally petty civil fucking bullshit. And I had to be here. And I respect the process and all that goes without saying. And it is your duty as an American if you get called in to do jury duty. But nonetheless, to not show up for the verdict is bullshit. Because you should show up and look at those jurors and personally thank them for the time they spent out of their fucking lives on your bullshit. No. They better fucking be there. Oh yeah, it's 2 fucking months. I do think he should be able to do whatever he wants. Like, I'm happy for him doing concerts and stuff, but regardless, like, your bullshit took on 8 weeks of these people's lives, and like, out of respect for the court system and the juries, I still think you should be there out of respect for the court system and the jury. If the jury and the judge have to be there, you should have to be there, you know? I hope he doesn't, because I'm also, like, if you're a juror and you walk out there and he's not there, you'd be like, damn, I thought you respected this process and respected our time and everything, and then you don't show up, but we had to be here. I mean, think about this right now. The jury is sitting there right now, working through this fucking form, arguing with people in that room about fucking petty bullshit. Like, oh, you think spoke up is not past tense? That's fucking past tense. That's not past tense. They're wasting all fucking day arguing about petty bullshit to get this done. And they're out doing their own things. Now, typically, this is just me. I sit in there. Of course, I'm looking at criminal cases. I sit in there for the entirety of jury deliberations, reading, whatever you got to do. But I'm just saying, me personally, that's fucking rude. Because you're not there while they're deliberating, and they're there because of you. At least they can't see that you're not there. Bad enough, in my personal opinion. But to not be there for verdict is just asinine. Yeah, they got paid nothing to do it. I mean, they did get paid, but the pay is fucking nothing. Like, let me look it up. I don't even know. What do they pay a juror in Virginia daily. $30 fucking a day. So let's do this. I bet they didn't get paid for the 10 days off. So you've got 30 times 4 times 7. They made $840 fucking so far doing, like, they made fucking nothing. They make $30 a day being a juror. For 2 months. Come on. And that's without taxes. Like, come on. Oh, that's easy. This is an easy answer. I realize he has businesses, but he's in the middle of a court proceeding. Therefore, he should be in Virginia, and he has more than 10 minutes to get back there. He has, if it comes in, you've got the top of the hour. So if it came in right now at 3:20, they wouldn't count it, the hour countdown, until 4. So it would give you an hour and 40 minutes to be there. And I'm saying he should have stayed in Virginia. They both should have stayed in Virginia or been back in Virginia today out of respect for the court and the jury. And that's how I expect him to be in court in not 10 damn minutes, but he's got an hour plus whatever into that hour to get there. So yeah, I stand by what I said. Those his bodyguards are fucking hilarious. When they were fighting for their life, crying in the courtroom, hilarious. I'm not saying he won't be there, but I'm saying if he doesn't show up, I will be disappointed and I will consider that disrespectful as fuck. You know, like they left for the holiday and you'd be back for court. Like the jury and the judge had to be back for court. Again, you have an hour to get there, but they don't count that till on the hour. So again, if it's 3:20 right now and they came back with a verdict right now, they would say they had a verdict, but we're not going to do the hour countdown until 4 o'clock. And we'll read it at 5. So you have whatever time it is to the next hour plus an hour. So you would have right now at 3:20, you would have an hour and 40 minutes to get there for the verdict. Yes, please God, they deserve one. Yes, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. It's a respect thing. Respect the court. Respect the process. Respect that poor people had to miss work. Some of them who make hourly wages, no doubt, had to miss work for a total of less than $1,000 for 2 months. I hope that their employers paid them. I hope they had paid time off. I hope they have spouses or something that can help, because they made $500 a month. They're going to make less than $1,000, like $1,000 less than $1,000 for this entire case. 2 months. Yeah, it's a respect thing. No. It's not 10 minutes. It's not 10 minutes. So like I said, whatever time they say we've got a verdict, you've got whatever's left of that hour. And then on the next hour, they'll start the hour countdown. So let's say at 3:40, they say they've got a verdict. They won't do the hour countdown until 4 o'clock, and then they'll read it at 5. So you'd have an hour and 20 minutes. So no, it's not 10 minutes. That's fake news. Yeah, this is what I'm hoping. Shit. Yeah, talking about gas money too. Woo! Yeah, basically the jury did not get paid. Like, yes, they got paid, but essentially they didn't get paid. Yes, because the attorneys have to be there in case a question is asked, because they say, how do you want me to do this? You know, like if they say, this is the question, she's going to ask them, she's going to say, this is the question. What do you want to do about this? Do we agree, disagree with this? And then she'll respond and send it back. So I talked about this a couple weeks ago. The ACLU in this case, and if you're a media member, I've got the filing online for you if you're a media member. They just requested a reimbursement. So, you know, legally, you can say it's whatever, but they're legally requesting a reimbursement from Johnny Depp at the tune of $85,000 for the price it took to obtain the documentations that Depp wanted. How it was $85,000 to obtain the documentations, I do not motherfucking know. But I digress. Also, I'm hoarse today, so I'm just sounding some type of way. I don't sound as like, I sound meaner with this raspy, like boy in puberty voice I got going on here. So I looked it up and it says for jury duty pay rates in the state of Virginia is $30 a day. So this is Virginia State website. A juror will be paid daily $30. And then the Virginia code for that is 18.2-465.1. If you want to check my facts there, Virginia code 18.2-465.1. They're going to get paid $30 a day. Yeah, it doesn't look too good for them now, does it? Me too. Shit. Why would that's more than people make in a year. Why would anyone think that that's how much it would cost to obtain the documents that y'all saw the documents they handed over? Some emails, some receipts, some checks that the bank would have had on file. I mean, come on. That's crazy. The accountant probably had most of it on file. It's insane. I mean, here's a website for you. Here's just one. There's more than this. You can look it up. There's mileage to be negotiated as well. There's also, here's a Senate bill for them where the Senate bill wanted to raise jury pay in Virginia from $30 to $100 a day. What the fuck? I'm trying to read this article. Leave me alone. Oh, come on. Okay, so February 3rd, 2022, so 2 months ago, the Senate in Virginia wanted to move from $30 a day to $100 a day for jury duty in General Assembly. But that wouldn't be applying right here, I don't think. I mean, you can look at any of the, you can just Google it. It's going to tell you $30 a day on any of these websites. I mean, look at here's Fairfax County Gov right here. What about my job? Anyways, that's pitiful. That's probably what it is here. I'm not even gonna lie. It's probably that way in the South where I'm at too. So it just depends, because sometimes they'll pull jury members from other counties. So like I've seen cases where jury members were pulled for a district. Of course, it's a federal case, so they were pulled for a district. So they were 45 minutes away, and so they were picked, and it was 7:30 at night, and last minute they had to like either decide to go 45 minutes back and 45 minutes back again, or get a hotel, and it's a shit show. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it is what it is. Now, if they are sequestered, they will be put up in a hotel with limited contact and limited materials and shit like that. This jury was not sequestered, so they got to go home at night. Unless somebody chose to stay, certain spot. Just depends. But I'm losing my voice, and I'm going to have to record a podcast episode for Duggar. So I'm going to have to get off of here. If you have any more last minute questions or anything like that, I can leave the chat up if you guys want me to leave the chat up. But I'm losing my voice, so I sound less like me, and it's my normal. I sound harsher because my voice sounds like a boy in puberty right now. I'm lacking my pizzazz. And I also have to record a podcast sounding like Kermit the Frog over here. That's called prison time. That is straight up called prison time. I did see that. And it's funny because someone sent me a picture of that a while back, and the stuff she was writing was fucking weird. It was like, if you're sitting in school next to somebody and you like wrote like lying sack of shit, you like wanted to show it to somebody and you came back, like they made no sense and they were sporadic on the page. I was like, bless it. Bless it. Yeah, I need some honey lemon water or something so that I don't sound... I mean, I talk the same way all the time. Some people think the tone sounds bad, but that's just how I talk. But now that my voice is sounding all raspy. Okay, dead ass. I tried to find someone to do this for the podcast. Dead ass. I was trying to find volunteer people to voluntarily do sign language episodes for the podcast. And I couldn't find anyone. But I would love to have someone do sign language for the podcast episodes on here. I just couldn't find anyone to do it. Still looking. I'm not giving up hope yet. My TikTok is scary, so I can't guarantee that I'll see something that you tag me on TikTok. I will look, but there's a lot of notifications on there, so it's impossible for me to see all of them, but I will look. I'm not worried. So I don't know what the motion is, but when I see it filed in the court docket, I'll let y'all know. I'm not worried about it because more likely than not, because he knows it went to the jury, is a motion that he felt that he needed to file for whatever reason. I guarantee he knew probably wasn't going to get anything from it, but it was just like a formality, get it on the record that he made this objection, whether or not it was ruled to. I mean, I don't think he expected it to be ruled to. I think it was just a legal formality. But when I see it, I'll let you know. I wouldn't be too worried about whatever he filed. Because like I said, I'm sure it probably had to do with all the times they objected during closing. If I'm guessing, I do not know. I would guess it probably has to do with what went down during closing arguments. But when it's filed, I'll let you know for sure. My understanding was they were asking about the question in its totality. Like, do you look at it as in the totality or as the title? But we could rewind and see. But it didn't sound like anything we need to be too worried about. Do you want me to leave the chat up for you guys just in case they come back? I'm not thinking that they will. I do not foresee us obtaining a verdict today. Hold on.
Obviously, we've been talking about this throughout the day. I know some of our experts and some of our guests had said that bodes well for Johnny Depp if they are specifically considering that line about sexual violence, because perhaps Heard's team really didn't do as good a job on proving that point. But what we know right now is they've had that one question and deliberations continue, and they have a thick packet of jury instructions, and the verdict form is several pages.
Yeah, it's 38 pages, so I wouldn't say it's that crazy, but that's fine. Trying to find the question on here. Hold on. How long ago was the question? I didn't feel like it was that long ago, but shit. Maybe it was. What the hell? Oh. Well, now what the hell? Two hours ago. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. So... Okay. This is 2 hours ago. Okay. Right on the money. Let's go.
And I think that's what we've come down to. Has she lied enough? Because I think she has lied at least some. The jury is going to see that.
Good afternoon. Let me get you copies. Do you have a question? Two copies. So that's good. Let me just read into the record the question. It's basically in regards to number C, items 1 and 3, and number C is a jury instruction on the finding instruction for the online article title. The question is, does question number 3, the statement is false, pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, or does it pertain to the content of the statement, everything written in the op-ed? So I think the confusion came in this particular one because the statement in question is the title of the op-ed. So I think they're just confused as whether it's the whole op-ed or just the title is the statement. And it's clear that the title is the statement. So I was going to answer to say the title is the statement in question for number 3. Is that seem appropriate to everybody.
Statement 3, I had,
Which they've phrased as headline as opposed to title. But
Right, because the headline is the alleged defamatory statement, so I can say the statement is the headline, and not the entire op-ed. Is that what you want me to say? All right,
Thank you.
the statement is the headline,
but does that apply in context?
entire op-ed.
We did. We had this
All
issue as
right.
well.
I will send that back to them.
And just so we're clear,
As
Your
well.
Honor, the wording would be what again?
I can give you the copy of this when okay, it says the statement is the headline, not the entire op-ed. Everybody's.
I'm just.
But instructions, it does say to consider the entire context.
Well, while we're waiting for that, and Mr. Chu, I did get your motion. I'm not ignoring you, but I am kind of ignoring you because since the jury has the case now and it's out of my hands, I appreciate your motion, but I'm not going to entertain it at this time, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Just, can I have one moment, Your Honor? Just want to.
We know you like your moments. I think they're confused because the statement is the title itself. Like that, the statement is actually the title, not within the, but it says in the instructions to consider in its totality. Let me find that for you.
All right, are we satisfied with that answer? Okay, I will, we'll make copies of this first and then I'll get it back to the jury and I'll get it back to you, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Recess. Thank you.
All right.
Let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, defamatory meaning consideration of the publication as a whole. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. That's what they're confused about, because that statement is not in the op-ed. It's just the title. So under these instructions, it's saying when you look at the statements, you need to read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. You must consider the entire op-ed. And so I'm assuming, obviously the statement is the title because the statement is not in the op-ed. So I'm thinking they're confused about that. That's why the statement is not in the op-ed. The statement is the title. The title in itself is a statement for which she's being sued. It's a statement that she's getting sued over. But they're still instructed to consider the entire publication as a whole. But I think there was just confusion because the statement is the title. That's just how I perceive it. How you perceive it could be totally different. But my interpretation was like that. And that's the only question that I've seen so far. Unless they had one earlier, but that's the only one that I'm aware of. Which Where was that again? I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. I mean, we got caught up on spoke up. Does that mean you spoke up to me, you previously talked about it, and now once you have already previously discussed it, you're now discussing it again and saying, as a repercussion of having previously spoke about it, you face the culture's wrath. Not I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. Although I guess she could say, I guess that could be interpreted to say, I went to the courthouse and accused my abuser of being an abuser and faced our culture's wrath, but she did not accuse him of being a sexual abuser when she did that. So I'm going to nix that. But I had to do some critical thinking there. She didn't speak up against sexual violence in 2016 when she initially went to the courthouse. So again, I don't see where she would have previously spoken up against sexual violence. We just did some critical thinking out loud there.
Welcome back to Law and Crime. We're live outside.
So, no, I think they're just clarifying that the statement isn't in the article. The statement is the title itself. That's how I took it. They're instructed to look at the entire piece as a whole. I think the question is about the fact that that statement's not in the op-ed. The statement is the title itself. That's how I took it. Could be very wrong. Like, the statement is not the whole op-ed. The statement itself is the title, but you are instructed to look at the entire op-ed. That's in jury instructions. But again, if you're a media member, pull up jury instructions on online and look and tell me how you interpret it. Because at the end of the day, it's going to come down to how each jury interprets it. Damn, go catch you a good time. Buddy, I do think you should be at trial, but you should go have a good time. I don't think the motion's relevant. I mean, I guarantee it had something to do with closing. If I'm betting it has something to do with what went down during closing. And he had to know that the case had already gone to the jury, so he was making that motion as a legal check mark, probably knowing it was going to be ruled on since it already went to the jury. That's just my opinion. I don't know. When I know what he filed, I'll let y'all know. Oh, it's hella confusing, and it's all opinions. That's it. That's the problem. That's the entire problem. That's the entire problem. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta go rest and drink some hot honey lemon tea because I gotta record a podcast and I'm already sounding like a boy in puberty from running my big ass mouth. Talking too much shit. You talk too much shit, you're gonna sound like a little weasel. You're gonna sound like me right now. Little. The shithead jury did not come to a conclusion. Now, again, if you're a media member, you can pull up the verdict form and you can see what we answered as a group to every single question. And you can see which ones I noted that we had issues with and relook at that. If you're a media member, you can just pull that up and see. I've noted it with you guys on the live, so you can go see those notes and rethink about stuff. But as a whole, we did not have a conclusion. So that's a great thing because it shows that we can bias check ourselves. But we're a Team Depp crew and we had problems. So, you know. Hey, the thanks is all to you guys because I'm just hosting the party. You guys are all the fun. It would be nothing without all of y'all. So the thanks goes to y'all for sure, for sure. But yeah, that's probably going to be it for today because I'm going to say that there's not going to be a verdict today. I don't think there'll be a verdict today. Now, could be wrong, but I don't think there'll be a verdict today. It's already 3:50 there. They don't provide lunch, and you know what I say about not providing lunch? No lunch, no dinner, no long hours. A bitch ain't sitting here all day. You know, like, I think they... Yeah. No food, no work. So, yeah. I think it'll be interesting. But fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, but we don't know. Fingers crossed. Listen, it's a clusterfuck. It's a clusterfuck. I think the question was asking about, like, it's the title, not the whole op-ed. So the statement in which, one of the statements in which she's being sued for is the title. That doesn't mean the piece as a whole. It just means the title. But we have to consider the piece as a whole when we decide if the title was false or not. Yeah. Hot ass mess. I'm not cranky, but I think I sound cranky because I sound like Kermit the Frog over here. But you know, if people are going to get cranky fighting over, you know, like if you're fighting tooth and nail over something, think about that. If I think spoke up would mean, well, she hasn't spoken up beforehand, and when she filed for divorce in the TRO, she didn't mention sexual violence. So I don't see where she spoke up previously. And you say, well, she filed for divorce in the TRO, so she did speak up. And she went to TMZ to make sure that when she spoke up, the public knew about it. Then we could be arguing over that fucking term for 6 fucking hours, and it really doesn't even matter because the second part says, face our culture's wrath, and we may both agree that she didn't. Or we might disagree. Like, it's going to be a clusterfuck. It's going to be an absolute clusterfuck. Also, you don't know who the jury foreman is. Is the jury foreman like a snooty asshole? Is the jury foreman like got some small dick energy and it's their way or the highway? Like, you don't know who, like, the jury foreman is the person that's supposed to be like leading the group through it. Like, you don't know, do they have an asshole? Do they have some stubborn ass person on there? You just do not know. We do not know who's on there. We don't know their personality. It's a clusterfuck. She adapted the title. So republication counts because she typed additional verbiage to the tweet. If she had just retweeted the link, it would not have constituted as republication. But she retweeted the link with typing. She said she wrote the article I wrote. She has her name on it. She's adapted the title as her own. So but anyways, thank you all. Like I said, it's no party without y'all. I do this so we can all hang out and kick it like the besties that we are. So it would be nothing without all you guys showing up to the party, keeping me in check. You guys keep my ass in check. Any other questions? Any last minute things? Do you want me to leave this up for you guys just in case something happens? Do you want me to leave the chat up? Do you not want me to leave the chat up? I can leave the chat up for the next 30 minutes if you want me to, just in case something happens. Girl, please. Like, why did you wipe your nose on your hand when you had the tissue? Like, why? Why? And then didn't even get no damn Germ-X. People. Nasty ass people. I will come check in tomorrow, yes. Okay, I'm going to leave it up for you guys just in case something happens. Y'all know, if you don't see me run back in here, somebody get on Instagram and hit that call button. And if y'all, a bunch of y'all start calling me, I'll know there's an emergency and run to the computer. I doubt that's going to happen in the next hour, but if it does, that's how y'all know to find me. And so, yeah. I know. I'm not making the math today. I'm not making sense. I'm not making sense. Oh, Hot Mess Express. Okay. All right. I love you guys. We had another critical thinking kick-ass day. I hope that everyone now realizes how hard jury duty is and how there's probably a lot of arguing or disagreement going on back there, or just flat out fucking confusion. Either way, I support it. But hopefully that gave some insight on how hard it's going to be to go through all that verdict form and just. Anyways. Hilarious. Okay. I'm going to leave this up for y'all so y'all can keep shooting the shit. I'll even give you volume.
That's the oh yeah lawsuit. You know, you're suing me for 50 million. Oh yeah, I'm suing you for 100
There
million.
we go.
It just
Okay.
it does smack of
Love you guys.
just kind of a statement being made without any foundation. Hey, I'm going to have to thank and excuse both of you. Mark Weaver, thank you so much. He's in the hood here in the boroughs, and Brebner in Seattle. Of course, you got the Space Needle. You've got the Underground Tour. You got Pikes Market. You got Ann Bremner. You go to Seattle. Those are the wonders of Seattle. Thank you so much, guys. We'll see you next time.
Next time.
Okay, guys, we'll take a quick break here. Come back. Obviously, the clock's still ticking on the jury deliberations, past 8 weeks now, and we'll we got a lot to talk about. They've been at it for 6 weeks. Right back to Law and Crime and the Depp trial right after this.
The question is, does question number 3, the statement is false, pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, or does it pertain to the content of the statement, everything written in the op-ed? So I think the confusion came in this particular one because the statement in question is the title of the op-ed. So I think they're just confused as whether it's the whole op-ed or just the title is the statement. And it's clear that the title is the statement. So I was going to answer to say the title is the statement in question for number 3. Does that seem appropriate to everybody?
So is that enlightening? Is it more confusing? Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session. I'm Michael Bryant. That's all we've heard from the jury so far today in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard deliberations into the 8th hour now. And that is actually question 1 in the jury verdict form, the special verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's case. We're going to get into questions 2 and 3 because it seems to me if they can't get a grip on question 1, 2, and 3 ain't going to be much easier. They all relate to other statements in the article that is the subject of the alleged defamation. So very fascinating. It is so interesting the way the mind of the jury members continues to work. So we have more insight into what's happening on the ground in Fairfax, Virginia. Stacey Delicat is there. She joins us live. Stacey, let's see, it's 4 o'clock East Coast time. Should be about as hot as it's ever going to get there today.
You know what? I was just going to say it's 4 o'clock. I think the sun went behind the clouds. I'm starting to feel we're getting into late afternoon. Maybe we're going to get a little cool down soon. I don't know. It's still sweltering out here. We're still sitting here in suspense, waiting to hear what's going to happen. To your point about that question, yeah, I tend to agree with you. You know, that's the question on the first page of the special verdict form for Depp's case. And then there are 2 more statements that they have to go through to determine not just has Depp proven the elements of defamation, but was there, you know, actual malice behind the statements. So we'll see whether anything's going to happen today. I mean, the jury was back at 9 a.m. this morning. At this point, in total, we're stretching to almost 8 hours of deliberations. They had a short lunch break. By the way, a little bit of a news flash from our own Anjanette Levy. Apparently, for those who are wondering, the judge is not ordering lunch for the jurors. They are responsible for their own lunches. Some have brought lunch. Some have ordered box lunches. So in case you were wondering, and I bring it up because the judge has said last Friday, look, I don't order dinner. So when the jurors feel like it's time to wrap it up for the day and head home for dinner, that's when we're going to call it for the day. And that was almost at 5:30 on Friday. So perhaps it'll be around the same time today if they don't come to any kind of resolution. I also want to clarify one other point, Michael, which is that I've been saying, we're going to get an hour's notice when the verdict comes in, and that will give time for not just all of the legal teams, but potentially the defendants themselves, whether they're here or not, to get here, certainly any fans or looky-loos, as they say. But actually, our executive producer extraordinaire, Kathy Russin, clarified that the judge has said, when the jury reaches a verdict, she will then have it read at the top of the next hour. So in other words, let's say a verdict comes in at 4:30. According to those rules, well, it would be read at 6. Or if it came in at 4:45, at 6. If it comes in earlier in the hour, I suppose she's going to wait till the top of the next hour as well. And that's, again, to give everyone who needs to be here time to get to the courthouse.
Well, that's perfectly unclear, and it was definitely not the impression given when we were first told what the rules were going to be. So that's a whole different animal. You could have 10 minutes notice then by that bizarre thinking. And I have to say, I'm outraged that there's no lunch paid for. I mean, come on. Anybody's going to try and get out of jury duty here. You can't even get a free lunch.
Right, exactly. If that's not a reason to wrap things up, what is? But a little surprising, but in all seriousness, the jurors do still probably have a lot to go through. And so it remains anyone's guess, but based on the fact that earlier today they were on question 1 still, we'll wait and see whether we get anything today before they call it for dinner.
Okay, boy, the jury brown bagging it. That is outrageous. Okay, thank you, Stacey. Appreciate it. And obviously, if something's going on down there, you got your finger on the pulse and you will reach out to us and
yes,
we will throw you on immediately. Okay, thanks again. Appreciate it. So, this special verdict form is so important. I really want to get into it with my guests. But before we do that,
Lisa did get.
Let's get into something that we've talked about before in this case as we've continued to relive it over the last few days. A main part of the trial has been all the audio and the video that's been presented. So one Once again, this is clearly one of my favorite pieces of video. Everything from the Richard Petty outfit that Johnny Depp is wearing to what appears to have been going on. Give me a little foreshadowing here. Johnny Depp at one point says, "Did anything happen to you?" I don't think so. So something happened to him. Somebody made him mad. That led to the cabinet slamming. But was Amber Heard trying to just take advantage of that moment for her own purposes? Let's watch.
What happened? What happened? Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning?
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you crazy. He's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. You're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really? See that?
No, didn't it? You were smashing.
This is at your house in West Hollywood on Sweetser Avenue, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And that's you in the video, Mr. Depp, right?
That's correct, sir.
And you would agree that you were violent in that clip, correct?
Clearly I was having a bad time. I don't know what it was with regard to completely at this point, since I don't know the date, but being illegally recorded by your chosen other is, well, it's quite fitting with the rest of the photographs and tape recordings she made. So I thought what was most interesting is that she tried to hide it from me, and then that she laughed and smiled at the end. I thought that was the most interesting part myself. But so yes,
You didn't
I
react.
did assault a couple of cabinets, but I did not touch Miss Heard. As you can see, I think, no.
And you may have been drunk in that video, correct?
There's a possibility of that, yes, sir.
You poured yourself a mega pint of red wine, correct?
A mega pint.
Yeah.
I poured myself a large glass of wine.
Right.
I thought it necessary.
Right.
Okay, so 16 ounces in a pint, mega pint, unclear at this point. I want to talk about this special verdict form because it gets back to not only the question from the jury earlier today, but also some potentially conflicting results, which might be kind of interesting. Luckily, to talk about this, I have Mitra Hurian here. She is an entertainment lawyer in Beverly Hills. And Jeff Lax is here. He's a law professor in the New York area. Thank you both for being here. I appreciate that. I want to talk about, and I'll go over the first three questions here just briefly because I think it's key in light of the jury's question. Their concern was with question number one, which says, in relating to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. That's the headline. That's the statement in the first page of the special verdict form. Okay, keep in mind, sexual violence. I spoke up against sexual violence. The second question relates to this statement. 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse and felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Domestic abuse. So we go from violence to more generic abuse. And then the third one is, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Again, not physical or violence attached to that. It's possible, let me start with you, Mitra. They could say, yes, Johnny Depp has proven defamation as to the statement about sexual violence, but then they could say no, that he hasn't proven it as to the other abuse allegations that don't involve violence. Thoughts?
Sure. And, the jury form says that if they say yes to one of those, they move on to the damages portion. So it is absolutely true that it could be yes to one and no to the other two. That is still defamation.
So I think their question, on the first question as to whether or not, Jeff, it is something they need to look at, as a separate statement versus in the context of the whole article is maybe the whole ball game on the Johnny Depp side.
With regard to the first question, 100%. I think that question by the jury, you never know, why a jury asked. It could be one juror that wanted to know, so you don't really know what the consensus is. But yeah, definitely that question seems to favor Mr. Depp, because it seems like the jury's asking, do we have to prove that the whole thing is false, the whole article, or just that isolated statement about physical abuse? But like you said, the second question is still the general abuse allegation, with regard to whether that is true or false. That could be, and you just showed verbal abuse. I mean, that is clearly verbal abuse. So I don't think he's out of the woods on any of this, but certainly not on the second one, which is general abuse, not sexual violence.
Yeah, I think I agree, and I think that it's the first one or it's none of them, really. I think there's that kind of evidence of some level of abuse, maybe going both ways. Okay, so let's listen to some of Depp's cross-examination from Mr. Rottenborn, and this relates to those really bad texts that were out there. Let's watch.
And when it says Steve here, Mr. Depp, that's what Ms. Heard referred to you as, correct?
Yes.
And you referred to her as Slim, right?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
And so you text her rears, tears, beers, shears, sapphires, leers, jeers, queers, hears, mouseketeers, ears. I can go all night, DJ Maxi Pad, the old vintage you went for, dumb. Did I read that right?
I was signing off as dumb.
And then below that, you write, don't call me again and do not expect anything from me. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Did I read that right?
You really did.
Let's go to the next page, please. Eat salad with your equine, AD, bovine yerps. And thanks for the support. Have a great shoot. You sicken me. Leave me be, Officer Squarehead. Your display of guilt and matronliness as a lesbian camp counselor was plenty. Your future is on display. Best of luck.
Best if luck.
Thank you for the correction. Best if luck.
You're welcome.
And thanks for the tunes. Bye, JD. Don't call again. I will begin to feel embarrassed for you. Go away, coach. Hup. Done. Did I read that right?
No. Go away, coach. Done. Hup. Done.
Thank you. Otherwise, did I read that right?
Sure.
You agree that referring to Amber as a lesbian camp counselor is a highly offensive reference to make, correct?
What's the date here? 2013. It wasn't as considered as egregious. There was a bit more understanding about terms. Amber also called herself a lesbian camp counselor many times. So I don't think I'm the first to say that.
You'd agree that there's nothing appropriate about referring to your girlfriend or fiance as that in those disparaging terms in that text, correct?
Objection, compound.
All right, sustained compound.
You'd agree that you meant the terms in your text as an insult because you didn't like the fact that she was disapproving of your alcohol and drug habits.
Objection,
right?
compound.
Sustained compound question.
There was nothing.
No, you don't have to answer that, sir.
Sorry.
Next question.
Well, if nothing else, you get the sense that Johnny Depp is quite the writer. I don't know how much of that's driven by substances or just a creative imagination, but it had to be an interesting relationship on that level alone. Jeff Lax, when you're hearing these texts, and these were not the worst of the texts that were back and forth between these folks, what's your takeaway? Is this just a guy being annoyed, playful, evil? Where does it fall?
You know, Michael, there's a show on TV that my wife and I are binging on together called Made. And it's about this woman who is made homeless by her husband, who basically throws her out of the house, doesn't touch her, but punches a wall near her. Very similar to what Johnny Depp does. She ends up at an abuse facility and she says, I'm not abused. And the worker there says to her, he punched a wall right next to your face, right? He was screaming at you the whole time, right? And she said, the next time it may not be just words. This is physical violence that tends to lead to, verbal violence, and physical object violence tends to lead to violence against the women in many cases. And so that kind of abuse, the verbal abuse, has to be taken very seriously. And I think the jury will, based on their question, you see they're separating it. And I think they are taking it seriously. And so I don't think, a lot of people think this has gone well for Johnny Depp. I always thought this part of it was a real problem for him because you hear him being abusive.
And we know that he has certainly abused inanimate objects plenty. And so to make the leap you mentioned, probably not a huge leap. The real question becomes for this jury, is there enough evidence and corroborative evidence to support Amber Heard's testimony of some sort of physical violence? Let's take a break, guys. Stay where you are. When we come back, we'll have more from the Depp-Heard testimony as it unfolded over the last 6 weeks. The jury into the 8+ hour now of their deliberations. We're going to find out, I would imagine, in the next half hour or so, whether it will continue into tomorrow or if they're making enough progress. They tell the judge, hey, we want to bang this out tonight. We'll see. Stay where you are. Coming right back. So we continue in verdict watch here at the Law and Crime Network. The jury now at about 8.5 hours looking into the fate of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard and her counterclaim against Johnny Depp. We did see just a bit ago some of Johnny Depp's cross-examination, right? So let's take a look at Amber Heard. How did she do? You know, Camille Vasquez has been quite the star of the Depp team. Let's see how she started off her cross-examination of Amber Heard.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes. Mm-hmm.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
I don't understand. Is this what you want?
No. Oh, no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything
I just wanted to touch you.
Really? After all this you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
Yes, me up, you want to touch me?
Please stop. Please stop. Please, I just wanted to hug you to say bye. I didn't want to take it back.
We did that last time. It's fine. That was good enough. No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm. Calm.
Well, yeah, I'm ashamed.
It hurts my heart. Please just fall.
No. No, you're fucking hard.
Oh, no.
No, we'll never see each other again. You won't next. Don't take my glasses off. You don't like looking at not my eyes. You will not see my eyes again.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
Yeah. And he tells you you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Miss Heard?
He can't.
That is, we're not supposed to be hearing all this stuff. You know, this is such private, dramatic stuff. And Johnny Depp, it just seems in character when he tells somebody, you will not see my eyes again. It's just, it's creepy. It's kind of haunting. Mitra, you know, these are very private moments, private conversations. You know, we've all had some version of these, and you know, to have them paraded out there, you know, it's uncomfortable. I don't know how jury members feel about this, but now they've got to wrestle with this uncomfortable stuff and come up with a decision. How tough is that?
Yeah, I think, you know, they're probably feeling all the things that we're feeling, but they've been sitting in their seats for hours on end for 6 weeks now. So I imagine that so much of it is uncomfortable, and that much more uncomfortable being in the room with these two people who have this history, as they have to hear themselves in not their finest moments, and sort of the tension that must be in that courtroom as a result of that. So I agree, more than we ever need to hear from any couple ever. People say and do things that they don't mean and that they're not proud of. And it's really unfortunate that it's all being, you know, heard and sort of dragged through the courts and also seen by the public.
Yeah. Jeff, about 30 seconds. What do you think is the biggest issue for this jury to wrestle with? Is it really just as simple as, I believe her, I believe him?
I think the hardest part is damages, because they may find technically that there was defamation, but he doesn't deserve anything. So it wouldn't shock me if he actually wins the lawsuit and gets $1. That would not shock me. So I think the damages, what damages really are there? Because he's not a likable character here. And I don't think he has real damages. And
that may be just fine with Johnny Depp, because he has said more than once from the stand that he's there doing this to just tell his story. So, I think he'd be satisfied with $1, maybe less. Let's take a break, guys. Stay right where you are. Some good stuff. I appreciate the analysis. We're going to continue to watch this case unfold as we are in verdict watch, pushing 9 hours now. So, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, who will emerge victorious? We'll be right back.
How does it start?
Okay, stand by, guys. Okay, so still in verdict watch in the defamation case, Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, and the opposite. What normally happens, this time of day, and this is true in most courthouses during deliberations, there's some communication between courthouse staff, maybe even the judge, and the deliberating jury members to give them a sense of where they are in the process. And the court may ask, would you like some more time tonight? Do you think you're going to make enough progress to come to a decision? Or, do we wrap it up at a reasonable time and then you come back and get back at it in the morning? I think we're getting to the point where we're about to learn about that decision-making point. But while we wait for that, let's look now. This is kind of like a best of. If you looked up some of the characters, it looks like Central Casting had a pipeline to this trial. And one of the most interesting witnesses, I think we can agree, is Isaac Baruch, who testified he lived rent-free as a buddy of Johnny Depp in one of his many penthouse apartments. And he talked about Amber Heard's appearance. Remember this date, May. It was a 2016 event in the penthouse fight incident. Here's his testimony.
Did you have a good look at her face during that conversation?
Yes, this room. Yes, yeah, this room. It's completely lit. That it's a spot, and there's a camera taking. Cameras always on, a security camera, and always, and so it's got good lighting and stuff. Because this is a spot where if you use your fob key to go into the building, well, the door takes a long time to, it's one of those things with the pressure thing that the door just doesn't close shut. It takes a while for it to close. Someone could be in the garage who's not supposed to be in the garage, run and hold the door open. And that they get into the apartment building, and then who knows, maybe somebody gets ripped off. But so it's well lit for security reasons, and that there's a camera there. It's taking pictures, doing what the camera does.
Was Ms. Heard wearing makeup during that discussion? Neither
of them looked like they were wearing makeup at all. Whitney had this hat on that it was a fun hat or whatever, and that. No makeup. I don't even know Whitney to be a makeup person, and that Amber, no, she looked like she was just natural Amber. It's all just as always, no makeup.
Did you notice any marks on Miss Heard's face?
No.
Did you notice any swelling?
No swelling. No. There's nothing. There's no swelling, no bruising, no redness, no cuts, no. I don't even, nothing.
You get the feeling if you ask Mr. Baruch what time it is, he'll tell you how to build a watch. He's got a lot to say. Mitra Ahurian is still here with us. She is an entertainment lawyer in Beverly Hills. And, of course, Jeff Lax, our law professor in New York. Thank you both for sticking around here. This guy, he's been living rent-free. I probably called him a freeloader at some point, but he was obviously a friend of Johnny Depp. Mitra, does that, so color his testimony to be totally discounted or just shaved a bit?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there is, he's indebted to Johnny Depp. I think there's no way sort of around that, coming to that conclusion. Johnny Depp changed his life. He basically became what we call a patron of the arts, took him in, set him up in a really nice penthouse that's much nicer than most people live in, and he had a good life. But I think what redeemed him a little bit was the way he described his affection for Amber, and the fact that it seemed that they all had a nice relationship. And that he did know her for years and he did come to love her. And I think that, the moment that he got emotional over the fact that this is even happening between two people that he cares about and how he just wants them to move on, I think that sort of redeemed him a little bit, because although he may be indebted, it sounds like he cared about both of these people.
So, Jeff, one thing I did like about his testimony was it was really the first incident that we had a witness talk about where he could give his observations of Amber Heard being injured or wearing makeup to cover an injury. So I think that was very important foundational material. I'm not sure we knew what was to come at that point. It would be so over the top in terms of the photos and the makeup. But that to me sounded legit, and he was, making firsthand observations.
Definitely. It was, we've talked about witnesses that are not prepared well. That was clearly a witness that was very well prepared. Depp's lawyer certainly did a good job. He was very colorful in terms of why everything was so clear to him. All of this goes to the believability of Amber Heard. And by the way, I got a very angry email during the commercial break from someone who says, I can't believe you're saying that Depp might win anything. You can't believe anything she says. But the problem is, even if you don't believe anything she says, you don't need to for this case, because there's audio. There's audio of him being verbally abusive. I keep going back to that, regardless of what she covered up or didn't cover up. Maybe not physical. Again, I want to clarify, but verbal. We all hear that, and that should be disturbing, I think, to enough people. The verbal abuse, just to me.
Yeah, and we talked about this early on, that seemed to be the dividing line, at least in my analysis, that abuse, yes, emotional, verbal, but physical, where's that evidence? And I think the jury seems to have latched onto that distinction already with their one and only question so far. So how did Isaac Baruch do on cross-examination? Let's watch.
And for Johnny, his family has been completely wrecked by all of this stuff, and it's not fair. It's not right what she did and what happened for so many people to get affected from this. It's insane.
And Mr. Baruch,
how this happened.
And Mr. Baruch, if in fact she's telling the truth, and if in fact Mr. Depp, who has engaged in enormous rage and domestic abuse and violence of Amber over a period of time that you wouldn't know about, then maybe it's time for him to take responsibility, don't you think?
Objection, Your Honor. What's the objection?
Speculation. Lack of foundation, relevance.
Speculation.
He just went off on this rant and rave about assuming that she's.
You asked questions.
I didn't ask a question that launched that.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay,
Right, next
you don't.
question.
I'll ask this,
Okay.
Mr. Baruch. You don't know whether Mr. Depp has committed domestic violence of Amber Heard, do you?
I never witnessed. I never saw or witnessed whatever type of claim that is being said, ever. Okay. I've never seen him be violent since teenagers from first meeting.
I didn't ask you that. I said you don't know whether he has committed domestic violence or abuse on Amber Heard. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. I did not witness any physical violence.
But you have seen Mr. Depp use drugs as well as drink and be drunk, correct?
Oh, yeah.
So on that cross, probably the best answer given by Mr. Baruch is that I've never seen any physical violence, and he is a guy that has spent a lot of time with the couple. So, Jeff, what do you think about that? I want your opinion, too, on how that back and forth played out between the court, the attorneys, on the objection over the speculation of what this witness might have understood to happen. Obviously, no foundation for that. But I think I got kind of two questions brewing here. One is this back and forth with the attorneys that made it look like neither of them were quite sure what they were trying to get out of this witness or prevent. And then the witness's testimony in itself as it relates to what he did not see.
That's what happens when you have a witness with a personality. Sometimes they go off on a little bit of a tangent, and both sides get an answer that they were not expecting. Certainly, even Depp's team wasn't expecting that response, and certainly Heard's team was not expecting it, but that's what happens. The judge sustained the objection, which was, I think, proper. It was a little bit confusing for a moment there, but it was proper because he's there as a fact witness. He's there to answer one question. Did he see evidence of abuse? And I think in the end, he clarified no.
Yeah, and I think he made it very clear he'd never seen it. So the question then, Mitra, is, you're not with them 24 hours a day, correct? You're not with them 7 days a week, right? You're not with them every day of the year. You certainly can't claim to know everything that's ever happened between this couple.
Sure, and that question can be asked of anyone that gets on the stand. You know, these witnesses are not there to say that it didn't happen. They're there to say it didn't happen in their presence, and they don't believe that it happened. This is somebody who was around them often, that presumably if there was some damage, injury, noises, any of the results of that, that he, odds are he would have seen something over the years. And I think that's where sort of the strength of his testimony lies. But of course, the question is always going to be, well, you can't say for sure that it didn't happen, right? And that's where you get into sort of the speculative nature of the question.
Right. And he was in a role that if anybody might have seen or heard something, maybe he was. So I think he was a very important witness and also very entertaining, which we appreciate. Let's take a break here, guys. Stay right where you are. We're going to get back into more of the testimony from the Depp Heard Depp trial as the jury continues to deliberate, very rapidly approaching their 9th hour. We'll be right back after this. Hey, welcome back to the afternoon session. I'm Michael Bryant. Well, the jury at it for 9 hours now as they are deliberating two different actions being played out in front of them over the last 6 weeks. Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. And near the end of Johnny Depp's direct examination, this guy knows how to turn a phrase. And I think this is the part of his testimony where he says something like, nothing less than everything when he was asked what he's lost. Anyway, fascinating testimony. Everything he says he has lost due to the accusations of Amber Heard. Let's watch.
What, to your understanding, is the status of Pirates 6?
At this point?
Yes.
I believe it's in dangle mode.
Mr. Depp, have you ever physically assaulted Miss Heard?
Never.
Have you ever sexually assaulted Miss Heard?
Never. Certainly not.
What have you lost as a result of Miss Heard making these allegations against you?
Nothing less than everything. Nothing less than everything. When the allegations were made, when the allegations were rapidly circling the globe, telling people that I was a drunken, cocaine-fueled menace who beat women suddenly in my 50s. It's over. You're done. So what did it do to me? What effect did it have on me? I'll put it to you this way. No matter the outcome of this trial, the second the allegations were made against me, the accusations, the second that more and more of these things, as I said, metastasized and turned into fodder for the media. Once that happens, or once that happened, I lost. Then I lost because that is not a thing that anyone is gonna just put on your back for a short period of time. I will live with that for the rest of my life because of the allegations and because it was such a high-profile case. So I lost then, no matter the outcome of this trial. I'll carry that for the rest of my days. And it never had to be that way. It never had to happen. And I don't quite understand why it did in the way that it did.
So nothing less than everything. What have you lost here? Let me ask Mitra Hurian, entertainment lawyer, is it just too much? Is it just too melodramatic? Is it just too big a performance, or is it believable? And that's just Johnny Depp's way of saying things.
I think this is definitely, his language and the way he speaks, and the way he speaks is sort of dramatic and poetic, and he has sort of this artist in him, right? He's a musician, he's an actor, and he's, the arts tend to be a bit more flowery and dramatic than the way you and I, for example, speak. And so I think that this was sort of the first taste of this moment. I think particularly that one, drop the quote right there and everyone remembers it moment was the first of many moments where, we see throughout the course of the trial that he uses language that's very different than the language that you and I might use. And you come to understand that, and you come to understand what he means by some of what appears to be, kind of vague expressions, but you come to kind of understand his language. So I think it's just the way he is. It's his nature.
Yeah, if you're just sitting down having a cocktail with him, if he still does that, maybe you find out that it is different. But it seems like it's just him. So let's see how Benjamin Rottenborn handled the cross-examination, specifically on the issue of damages. You know, the Pirates Caribbean 6 issue, that was really the crux of his claim for $50 million. We know that he would make at least $50 million if he signed on to do another movie. Let's watch.
Now, you're claiming that due to Amber's allegations of abuse, you can't be in Pirates 6, correct?
I'm saying that after everything had basically hit its media targets and the hit pieces kept coming, it would be, I would be a real simpleton to not think that there was an effect on my career based on Ms. Heard's words, whether they mention my name or not.
You became aware prior to the publication of this op-ed that you were likely out for Pirates 6, that Disney was considering dropping or dramatically shrinking your role, correct?
No.
And you aren't aware, you said Pirates 6 in your view is dangling. You're not aware of if or when Pirates 6 will be made, correct?
No, sir. No.
And the fact is, Mr. Depp, if Disney came to you with $300 million and 1 million alpacas, nothing on this earth would get you to go back and work with Disney on a Pirates of the Caribbean film. Correct?
That is true, Mr. Rottenborn.
And you couldn't identify a single movie that you did between the divorce and the op-ed in response to Ms. Meyer's questions just now. You said there was a small tour of your band between that, but you couldn't identify a single movie that you did in the year or two prior to the op-ed, correct?
I have to tell you that when I'm working on a film, I do my work. And when I'm wrapped on that film, I've done my work and I move on to the next. So I haven't seen the majority of my films. I've seen a few only if I had to. But so it doesn't come right away to my head. Films are not the first thing that I think about.
So damages, we've talked a little bit about. We talked, last week about this whole concept of presumed damages, because defamation per se, which is really an allegation of some criminal conduct, in this case physical abuse of someone, triggers presumed damages. And there is a specific jury instruction that they got that says you don't have to see the actual damages. They're presumed. But Jeff Lax, there's a follow-up instruction that basically says, here's how you calculate actual damages. Seems to me a little conflicting and maybe confusing, and I don't know, maybe reversible if they don't quite get it right.
It's very interesting. I think in that scene that you just played, that testimony with the attorney, you see that the money is very important to Amber Heard. She doesn't just want to win; she can't afford to lose, and that's why her lawyers are going after. Do you have damages? That's why it's such a big deal to their side, because even if he did. That testimony, that back and forth was, even if you win, Mr. Depp, how have you been harmed? And that goes to your question about actual damages. Where are your actual damages? Because everybody understands if you're falsely accused of sexual assault, what could be worse than that to somebody's reputation? Everyone understands why that's defamation per se, as you alluded to. However, you see that the Heard side, to them, the money matters a lot because she simply can't afford to pay even if she loses. I think that's a good job by her lawyer setting up, even if our client loses, look, there were no actual damages.
Yeah, that is very interesting, because it could be a hollow victory. But again, Mitra, maybe Johnny Depp could care less about the money.
I think that, that's sort of consistent with what he said, and what we're sort of observing is he's caring far more about the court of public opinion. He cares far more about clearing his name. Even the very first pleadings that he filed, the complaint stated that this is not about the money. This is about him clearing his name. And, he's been using the courts as sort of his public platform to try and do that.
I've just heard through my sources that they're done for the day without reaching a verdict. So the jury has been thanked and excused for the day. They'll be back at it at 9 a.m. So we're going to call it a day ourselves here. Thanks so much. I'm going to thank and excuse Mitra Ahurian from Beverly Hills, an entertainment lawyer there, and Jeff Lax, our law professor from New York. Thank you both for being here. Appreciate it. And I know we will talk again. Have a great evening, guys.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, so you heard it. They're done for the day. They'll be back at it 9 a.m. to begin their 10th hour of deliberation. I'm Michael Bryant. Thanks for joining us here on the Law and Crime Network. Try to do the right thing. And if you get a chance, run over to the YouTube channel. You can see some of that Catherine Magbenois case. She was found guilty. Crazy case. Okay, have yourself a great evening. See you next time right here on Law and Crime.